Part 1, Chapter 11 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Chapter 11, Select Incidents of Lawful Trade. In this chapter of Uncle Tom's Cabin were recorded some of the most highly wrought and touching incidents of the slave trade. It will be well to authenticate a few of them. One of the first sketches presented to view is an account of the separation of a very old, decrepit Negro woman from her young son by a sheriff's sale. The writer is sorry to say that not the slightest credit for invention is due to her in this incident. She found it almost exactly as it stands in the published journal of a young Southerner, related as a scene to which he was eye-witness. The only circumstance which she has omitted in the narrative was one of additional inhumanity and painfulness which he had delineated. He represents the boy as being bought by a planter who fetters his hands and tied a rope around his neck, which he attached to the neck of his horse, thus compelling the child to trot by his side. This incident alone was suppressed by the author. Another scene of fraud and cruelty in the same chapter is described as perpetrated by a Kentucky slave master who sells a woman to a trader and induces her to go with him by the deceitful assertion that she is to be taken down the river a short distance to work at the same hotel with her husband. This was an instance which occurred under the writer's own observation some years since, when she was going down the Ohio River. The woman was very respectable, both in appearance and dress. The writer recalls her image now with distinctness, attired with great neatness in a white wrapper, her clothing and hair all arranged with evident care, and having with her a prettily dressed boy about 7 years of age. She also had a hair trunk of clothing, which showed that she had been carefully and respectfully brought up. It will be seen, in perusing the account, that the incident is somewhat altered to suit the purpose of the story, the woman being there represented as carrying with her a young infant. The custom of unceremoniously separating the infant from its mother, when the latter is about to be taken from a northern to a southern market, is a matter of everyday notoriety in the trade. It is not done occasionally and sometimes, but always whenever there is an occasion for it, and the mother's agonies are no more regarded than those of a cow when her calf is separated from her. The reason of this, that the care and raising of children is no part of the intention or provision of a Southern plantation. They are a trouble. They distract from the value of the mother as a field hand, and it is more expensive to raise them than to buy them ready raised. They are therefore left behind in the making up of a coffle. Not longer than last summer the writer was conversing with Thomas Strother, a slave minister of the gospel in St. Louis, for whose emancipation she was making some effort. He incidentally mentioned to her a scene which he had witnessed but a short time before, in which a young woman of his acquaintance came to him almost in a state of distraction, telling him that she had been sold to go to the South with a trader and leave behind her a nursing infant. In Lewis Clark's narrative, he mentions that a master in his neighborhood sold a woman and child to a trader, with the charge that he should not sell the child from its mother. The man, however, traded off the child in the very next town in payment of his tavern bill. The following testimony is from a gentleman who writes from New Orleans to the National Era. The writer says, Start of narrative. While at Robinson or Tyree Springs, 20 miles from Nashville, on the borders of Kentucky and Tennessee, my hostess said to me one day, "Yonder comes a gang of slaves chained." I went to the roadside and viewed them. For the better answering of my purpose of observation, I stopped the white man in front, who was at his ease in a one-horse wagon, and asked him if those slaves were for sale. I counted them and observed their position. They were divided by 3 one-horse wagons, each containing a man merchant, so arranged as to command the whole gang. Some were unchained. 60 were chained in 2 companies, 30 in each, the right hand of one to the left hand of the other opposite one, making 15 each side of a large ox chain, to which every hand was fastened and necessarily compelled to hold up. Men and women promiscuously and about in equal proportions, all young people. No children here, except a few in a wagon behind, which were the only children in the 4 gangs. I said to a respectable mulatto woman in the house, "Is it true that the negro traders take mothers from their babies?" "Massa, it is true, for here last week such a girl," naming her, "who lives about a mile off, was taken after dinner, knew nothing of it in the morning, sold, put into the gang, and her baby was given away to a neighbor. She was a stout young woman, and brought a good price." End of narrative. Nor is the pitiful lie to be regarded which says that these unhappy mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, do not feel when the most sacred ties are thus severed. Every day and hour bears living witness of the falsehood of this slander, the more false because spoken of a race peculiarly affectionate and strong, vivacious and vehement in the expression of their feelings. The case which the writer supposed of the woman's throwing herself overboard is not by any means a singular one. Witness the following recent fact, which appeared under the head of start of article, "Another Incident for Uncle Tom's Cabin." The editorial correspondent of the Oneida New York Telegraph, writing from a steamer on the Mississippi River, gives the following sad story. At Louisville, a gentleman took passage, having with him a family of blacks, husband, wife, and children. The master was bound for Memphis, Tennessee, at which place he intended to take all except the man ashore. The latter was handcuffed, and although his master said nothing of his intention, the negro made up his mind, from appearances as well as from the remarks of those around him, that he was destined for the Southern market. We reached Memphis during the night, and whilst within sight of the town, just before landing, the negro caused his wife to divide their things, as though resigned to the intended separation, and then, taking a moment when his master's back was turned, ran forward and jumped into the river. Of course he sank, and his master was several $100 poorer than a moment before. That was all. At least, scarcely any one mentioned it the next morning. I was obliged to get my information from the deck hands, and did not hear a remark concerning it in the cabin. In justice to the master, I should say that after the occurrence he disclaimed any intention to separate them. Appearances, however, are quite against him, if I have been rightly informed. This sad affair needs no comment. It is an argument, however, that I might have used today, with some effect, whilst talking with a highly intelligent Southerner of the evils of slavery. He had been reading Uncle Tom's Cabin, and spoke of it as a novel, which, like other romances, was well calculated to excite the sympathies by the recital of heart-touching incidents which never had an existence, except in the imagination of the writer. End of article. Instances have occurred where mothers, whose children were about to be sold from them, have, in their desperation, murder their own offspring to save them from the worst kind of orphanage. A case of this kind has been recently tried in the United States and was alluded to a week or two ago by Mr. Giddings in his speech on the floor of Congress. An American gentleman from Italy, complaining of the effect of Uncle Tom's Cabin on the Italian mind, states that images of fathers dragged from their families to be sold into slavery, and of babies torn from the breasts of weeping mothers, are constantly presented before the minds of the people as scenes of everyday life in America. The author can only say sorrowfully that it is only the truth which is thus presented. These things are every day part and parcel of one of the most thriving trades that is carried on in America. The only difference between us and foreign nations is that we have got used to it and they have not. The thing has been done and done again day after day and year after year, reported and lamented over in every variety of way, but it is going on this day with more briskness than ever before, and such scenes as we have described are enacted oftener, as the author will prove when she comes to the chapter on the internal slave trade. The incident in this same chapter which describes the scene where the wife of the unfortunate article, catalogued as John, age 30, rushed on board the boat and threw her arms around him with moans and lamentations, was a real incident. The gentleman who related it was so stirred in his spirit at the sight that he addressed the trader in the exact words which the writer represents the young minister as having used in her narrative. Quote, "My friend, how dare you carry on a trade like this? Look at those poor creatures. Here I am rejoicing in my heart that I am going home to my wife and child, and the same bell which is the signal to carry me onward towards them will part this poor man and his wife forever. Depend upon it, God will bring you into judgment for this." End quote. If that gentleman has read the work, as perhaps he has before now, he has probably recognized his own words. One affecting incident in the narrative, as it really occurred, ought to be mentioned. The wife was passionately bemoaning her husband's fate as about to be forever separated from all that he held dear, to be sold to the hard usage of a Southern plantation. The husband, in reply, used that very simple but sublime expression which the writer has placed in the mouth of Uncle Tom in similar circumstances. "There'll be the same God there that there is here." One other incident mentioned in Uncle Tom's Cabin may perhaps be as well verified in this place as any other. The case of Old Prue was related by a brother and sister of the writer as follows. She was the woman who supplied rusks and other articles of the kind at the house where they boarded. Her manners, appearance, and character were just as described. One day another servant came in her place, bringing the rusks. The sister of the writer inquired what had happened of Prue. She seemed reluctant to answer for some time, but at last said that they had taken her into the cellar and beaten her, and that the flies had got at her, and she was dead. It is well known that there are no cellars, properly so called, in New Orleans, the nature of the ground being such as to forbid digging. The slave who used the word had probably been imported from some state where cellars were in use, and applied the term to the place which was used for ordinary purposes of a cellar. A cook who lived in the writer's family, having lived most of her life on a plantation, always applied the descriptive terms of the plantation to the very limited enclosures and retinue of a very plain house and yard. The same lady, while living in the same place, used frequently to have her compassion excited by hearing the wailings of a sickly baby in a house adjoining their own, as also the objurgations and tyrannical abuse of a ferocious virago upon its mother. She once got an opportunity to speak to its mother, who appeared heartbroken and dejected, and inquired what was the matter with her child. Her answer was that she had had a fever, and that her milk was all dried away, and that her mistress was set against her child, and would not buy milk for it. She had tried to feed it on her own coarse food, but it pined and cried continually, and in witness of this she brought the baby to her. It was emaciated to a skeleton. The lady took the little thing to a friend of hers in the house, who had been recently confined, and who was suffering from a redundancy of milk, and begged her to nurse it. The miserable sight of the little famished, wasted thing affected the mother so as to overcome all other considerations, and she placed it to her breast, when it revived and took food with an eagerness which showed how much it had suffered. But the child was so reduced that this provided only a transient alleviation. It was after this almost impossible to get sight of the woman, and the violent temper of her mistress was such as to make it difficult to interfere in the case. The lady secretly afforded what aid she could, though, as she confessed, with a sort of misgiving, that it was a cruelty to try to hold back the poor little sufferer from the refuge of the grave, and it was a relief to her when at last its wailing ceased, and it went where the weary are at rest. This is one of those cases which go to show that the interest of the owner will not always ensure kind treatment of the slave. There is one other incident which the writer interwove into the history of the mulatto woman who was bought by Legree for his plantation. The reader will remember that in telling her story to Emmeline, she says, "My masser's Mr. Ellis lived in Levy Street. Perhaps you seen him in the house." "Was he good to you?" said Emmeline. "Mostly till he tuck sick. He's lain sick off and on more than 6 months, and has been orful uneasy. 'Pears like he wasn't willing to have nobody rest day nor night, and got so cur'us there couldn't nobody suit him. 'Pears like he just grew crosser every day. Kept me up nights till I got fairly beat out, and couldn't keep awake no longer. And because I got to sleep one night, lors, he talked so orful to me, and he tell me he'd sell me to just the hardest master he could find, and he'd promised me my freedom too when he died." An incident of this sort came under the author's observation in the following manner. A quadroon slave family, liberated by the will of the master, settled on Walnut Hills near her residence, and their children were received into her family school, taught in her house. In this family was a little quadroon boy, 4 or 5 years of age, with a sad, dejected appearance, who excited their interest. The history of this child, as narrated by his friends, was simply this. His mother had been the indefatigable nurse of her master during a lingering and painful sickness, which at last terminated his life. She had borne all the fatigue of the nursing, both by night and by day, sustained in it by his promise that she would be rewarded for it by her liberty at his death. Overcome by exhaustion and fatigue, she one night fell asleep, and he was unable to rouse her. The next day, after violently upbraiding her, he altered the directions of his will, and sold her to a man who was noted in all the region round as a cruel master, which sale immediately upon his death was shortly after took effect. The only mitigation of her sentence was that her child was not to be taken with her into this dreaded lot, but was given to this quadroon family, to be brought into a free state. The writer very well remembers hearing this story narrated among a group of liberated negroes, and their comments on it. A particular form of grave and solemn irony often characterizes the communications of this class of people. It is a habit engendered in slavery to comment upon the proceedings of this kind in language apparently respectful to the perpetrators, and which is felt to be irony only by a certain peculiarity of manner, difficult to describe. After the relation of this story, when the writer expressed her indignation in no measured terms, one of the oldest of the sable circle remarked gravely, "That man was a mighty great Christian anyhow." The writer warmly expressed her dissent from this view, when another of the same circle added, "Went to glory anyhow." And another continued, "Had the greatest kind of time when he was a dying, said he was going straight into heaven." And when the writer remarked that many people thought so who never got there, a singular smile of grim approval passed around the circle, but no further comments were made. This incident has often recurred to the writer's mind as showing the danger to the welfare of the master's soul from the possession of absolute power. A man of justice and humanity, when in health, is often tempted to become unjust, exacting, and exorbitant in sickness. If, in these circumstances, he is surrounded by inferiors from whom law and public opinion have taken away the rights of common humanity, how is he tempted to the exercise of the most despotic passions, and, like this unfortunate man, to leave the world with the weight of these awful words upon his head: "If ye forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses." End of Part 1, Chapter 11. Select Incidents of Lawful Trade. Part 1, Chapter 12 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by William Jones. Chapter 12, Topsy. Topsy stands as a representative of a large class of the children who are growing up under the institution of slavery. Quick, active, subtle, and ingenious, apparently utterly devoid of principle and conscience, keenly penetrating by an instinct which exists in the childish mind, the degradation of their condition, and the utter hopelessness of rising above it. Feeling the black skin on them, like the mark of Cain, to be a sign of reprobation and infamy, and urged on by a kind of secret desperation to make their calling and election in sin sure. Christian people have often been perfectly astonished and discouraged, as Miss Ophelia was, in the attempt to bring up such children decently and Christianly under a state of things which takes away every stimulant which God meant should operate healthfully on the human mind. We are not now speaking of the Southern states merely, but of the New England states, for, startling as it may appear, slavery is not yet fully abolished in the free states of the North. The most unchristian part of it, that which gives to it all the bitterness and all the sting, is yet in a great measure unrepealed. It is the practical denial to the Negro of the rights of human brotherhood. In consequence of this, Topsy is a character which may be found at the North as well as at the South. In conducting the education of Negro, mulatto, and quadroon children, the writer has often observed this fact, that for a certain time, and up to a certain age, they kept equal pace with, and were often superior to, the white children with whom they were associated, but that there came a time when they became indifferent to learning, and made no further progress. This was invariably at the age when they were old enough to reflect upon life, and to perceive that society had no place to offer them for which anything more would be requisite than the rudest and most elementary knowledge. Let us consider how it is with our own children. How few of them would ever acquire an education from the mere love of learning. In the process necessary to acquire a handsome style of handwriting, to master the intricacies of any language, or to conquer the difficulties of mathematical study, how often does the perseverance of the child flag, and need to be stimulated by his parents and teachers by such considerations as these? It will be necessary for you, in such or such a position in life, to possess this or that acquirement or accomplishment. How could you ever become a merchant without understanding accounts? How could you enter the learned professions without understanding languages? If you are ignorant and uninformed, you cannot take rank as a gentleman in society. Does not everyone know that without the stimulus which teachers and parents thus continually present, multitudes of children would never gain a tolerable education? And is it not the absence of all such stimulus which has prevented the Negro child from an equal advance? It is often objected to the Negro race that they are frivolous and vain, passionately fond of show, and are interested only in trifles. And who is to blame for all this? Take away all high aims, all noble ambition from any class, and what is left for them to be interested in but trifles? The present Attorney General of Liberia, Mr. Lewis, is a man who commands the highest respect for talent and ability in his position. Yet, while he was in America, it is said that, like many other young colored men, he was distinguished only for foppery and frivolity. What made the change in Lewis after he went to Liberia? Who does not see the answer? Does anyone wish to know what is inscribed on the seal which keeps the great stone over the sepulchre of African mind? It is this, which is so truly said by poor Topsy: nothing but a nigger. It is this, burnt into the soul by the branding iron of cruel and unchristian scorn, that is a sorer and deeper wound than all the physical evils of slavery together. There never was a slave who did not feel it. Deep, deep down in the dark, still waters of his soul is the conviction, heavier and bitterer than all others, that he is not regarded as a man. On this point may be introduced the testimony of one who has known the wormwood and the gall of slavery by bitter experience. The following letter has been received from Dr. Pennington in relation to some inquiries of the author. 50 Lawrence Street, New York, November 30th, 1852. Mrs. H.B. Stowe. Esteemed Madam, I have duly received your kind letter in answer to mine of the 15th instant, in which you state that you have an intense curiosity to know how far you have rightly divined the heart of the slave. You give me your idea in these words: there lies, buried down in the heart of the most seemingly careless and stupid slave, a bleeding spot that bleeds and aches, though he could scarcely tell why, and that this sore spot is the degradation of his position. After escaping from the plantation of Dr. Tileman in Washington County, Maryland, where I was held as a slave and worked as a blacksmith, I came to the state of Pennsylvania, and after experiencing there some of the vicissitudes referred to in my little published narrative, I came to New York State, bringing in my mind a certain indescribable feeling of wretchedness. They used to say of me at Dr. Tileman's, that blacksmith Jimmy is a cute fella, still waters run deep. But I confess that blacksmith Jimmy was not cute enough to understand the cause of his own wretchedness. The current of the still water may have run deep, but it did not reach down to that awful bed of lava. At times, I thought it occasioned by the lurking fear of betrayal. There was no vigilance committee at the time. There were but anti-slavery men. I came north with my counsels in my own cautious breast. I married a wife, and did not tell her I was a fugitive. None of my friends knew it. I knew not the means of safety, and hence I was constantly in fear of meeting with someone who would betray me. It was fully 2 years before I could hold up my head, but still that feeling was in my mind. In 1846, after opening my bosom as a fugitive to John Hooker, Esquire, I felt this much relief. Thank God there is one brother man in hard old Connecticut that knows my troubles. Soon after this, when I sailed to the island of Jamaica, and on landing there saw colored men in all the stations of civil, social, and commercial life, where I had seen white men in this country, that feeling of wretchedness experienced a sensible relief, as if some feverish sore had just been reached by just the right kind of balm. There was before my eye evidence that a colored man is more than a nigger. I went into the House of Assembly at Spanish Town, where 15 out of 45 members were colored men. I went into the courts, where I saw in the jury box colored men and white men together, colored and white lawyers at the bar. I went into the Common Council of Kingston, where I found men of different colors, so in all the counting rooms, etc., etc. But still there was this drawback. Somebody says, this is nothing but a nigger island. Now, then, my old trouble came back again. A nigger among niggers is but a nigger still. In 1849, when I undertook my second visit to Great Britain, I resolved to prolong and extend my travel and intercourse with the best class of men, with a view to see if I could banish that troublesome old ghost entirely out of my mind. In England, Scotland, Wales, France, Germany, Belgium, Prussia, my whole power has been concentrated on this object. I'll be a man, and I'll kill off this enemy which has haunted me these 20 years and more. I believe I have succeeded in some good degree. At least now I have no more trouble on the score of equal manhood with the whites. My European tour was certainly useful, because there the trial was fair and honorable. I had nothing to complain of. I got what was due to man, and I was expected to do what was due from man to man. I sought not to be treated as a pet. I put myself into the harness, and wrought manfully in the first pulpits and the platforms in peace congresses, conventions, anniversaries, commencements, etc. And in these exercises, that rusty old iron came out of my soul and went clean away. You say again, you have never seen a slave, however careless and merry-hearted, who had not this sore place, and that did not shrink or get angry if a finger was laid on it. I see that you have been a close observer of Negro nature. So far as I understand your idea, I think you are perfectly correct in the impression you have received, as explained in your note. Oh, Mrs. Stowe, slavery is an awful system. It takes man as God made him, it demolishes him, then miscreates him, or perhaps I should say malcreates him. Wishing you good health and good success in your arduous work, I am yours respectfully, J.W.C. Pennington. End of letter. People of intelligence who have had the care of slaves have often made this remark to the writer. They are a singular, whimsical people. You can do a great deal more with them by humoring some of their prejudices than by bestowing on them the most substantial favors. On inquiring what these prejudices were, their reply would be, they like to have their weddings elegantly celebrated. and to have a good deal of notice taken of their funerals, and to give and go to parties dressed and appearing like white people. And they will often put up with material inconveniences, and suffer themselves to be worked very hard if they are humored in these respects. Can anyone think of this without compassion? Poor souls, willing to bear with so much for simply the slight acknowledgment of their common humanity. To honor their weddings and funerals is, in some sort, acknowledging that they are human, and therefore they prize it. Hence we see the reason of the passionate attachment which often exists in a faithful slave to a good master. It is, in fact, a transfer of his identity to his master. A stern law and an unchristian public sentiment has taken away his birthright of humanity, erased his name from the catalogue of men, and made him an anomalous creature, neither man nor brute. When a kind master recognizes his humanity and treats him as a humble companion and a friend, there is no end to the devotion and gratitude which he thus excites. He is to the slave a deliverer and a savior from the curse which lies on his hapless race. Deprived of all legal rights and privileges, all opportunity or hope of personal advancement or honor, he transfers, as it were, his whole existence into his master's, and appropriates his rights, his position, his honor as his own, and thus enjoys a kind of reflected sense of what it might be to be a man himself. Hence it is that the appeal to the more generous part of the Negro character is seldom made in vain. An acquaintance of the writer was married to a gentleman in Louisiana who was the proprietor of some 800 slaves. He, of course, had a large train of servants in his domestic establishment. When about to enter upon her duties, she was warned that the servants were all so thievish that she would be under the necessity, in common with all other housekeepers, of keeping everything under lock and key. She, however, announced her intention of training her servants in such a manner as to make this unnecessary. Her ideas were ridiculed as chimerical, but she resolved to carry them into practice. The course she pursued was as follows. She called all the family servants together, told them that it would be a great burden and restraint upon her to be obliged to keep everything locked from them, that she had heard that they were not at all to be trusted, but that she could not help hoping that they were much better than they had been represented. She told them that she would provide abundantly for all their wants, and then that she would leave her stores unlocked and trust to their honor. The idea that they were supposed capable of having any honor struck a new chord at once in every heart. The servants appeared most grateful for the trust, and there was much public spirit excited, the older and graver ones exerting themselves to watch over the children, that nothing might be done to destroy this new-found treasure of honor. At last, however, the lady discovered some depredations had been made on her cake by some of the juvenile part of the establishment. She, therefore, convened all the servants and stated the fact to them. She remarked that it was not on account of the value of the cake that she felt annoyed, but that they must be sensible that it would not be pleasant for her to have it indiscriminately fingered and handled, and that, therefore, she should set some cake out on a table or some convenient place, and beg that all those who were disposed to take it would go there and help themselves, and allow the rest to remain undisturbed in the closet. She states that the cake stood upon the table and dried without a morsel of it being touched, and that she never afterwards had any trouble in this respect. A little time after, A new carriage was bought, and one night the leather boot of it was found to be missing. Before her husband had time to take any steps on the subject, the servants of the family called a convention amongst themselves, and instituted an inquiry into the offense. The boot was found and promptly restored, though they would not reveal to their master and mistress the name of the offender. One other anecdote which this lady related illustrates that particular devotion of a slave to a good master, to which allusion has been made. Her husband met with his death by a sudden and melancholy accident. He had a personal attendant and confidential servant who had grown up with him from childhood. This servant was so overwhelmed with grief as to be almost stupefied. On the day of the funeral, a brother of the deceased master inquired of him if he had performed a certain commission for his mistress. The servant said that he had forgotten it. Not perceiving his feelings at the moment, the gentleman replied, "I am surprised you should neglect any command of your mistress when she is in such affliction." This remark was the last drop in the full cup. The poor fellow fell to the ground entirely insensible, and the family were obliged to spend nearly 2 hours employing various means to restore his vitality. The physician accounted for his situation by saying that there had been such a rush of all the blood in the body toward the heart that there was actual danger of a rupture of that organ, a literal death by a broken heart. Some thoughts may be suggested by Miss Ophelia's conscientious but unsuccessful efforts in the education of Topsy. Society has yet need of a great deal of enlightening as to the means of restoring the vicious and degraded to virtue. It has been erroneously supposed that with brutal and degraded natures only coarse and brutal measures could avail. And yet it has been found by those who have most experience that their success with this class of society has been just in proportion to the delicacy and kindliness with which they have treated them. Lord Shaftesbury, who has won so honorable a fame by his benevolent interest in the efforts made for the degraded lower classes of his own land, says in a recent letter to the author, "You were right about Topsy. Our ragged schools will afford you many instances of poor children, hardened by kicks, insults, and neglect, moved to tears and docility by the first words of kindness. It opens new feelings, develops, as it were, a new nature, and brings the wretched outcast into the family of man." End of letter. Recent efforts which have been made among unfortunate females in some of the worst districts of New York show the same thing. What is it that rankles deepest in the breast of fallen women that makes her so hopeless and irreclaimable? It is that burning consciousness of degradation which stings worse than cold or hunger, and makes her shrink from the face of the missionary and the philanthropist. They who have visited these haunts of despair and wretchedness have learned that they must touch gently the shattered harp of the human soul if they would string it again to divine music, that they must encourage self-respect and hope and sense of character, or the bonds of death can never be broken. Let us examine the gospel of Christ, and see on what principles its appeals are constructed. Of what nature are those motives which have melted our hearts and renewed our wills? Are they not appeals to the most generous and noble instincts of our nature? Are we not told of one fairer than the sons of men, one reigning in immortal glory, who loved us so that he could bear pain and want and shame and death itself for our sake? When Christ speaks to the soul, does he crush one of its nobler faculties? Does he taunt us with our degradation, our selfishness, our narrowness of view, and feebleness of intellect compared with his own? Is it not true that he not only saves us from our sins, but saves us in a most considerate, most tender, most regardful of our feelings and sufferings? Does not the Bible tell us that, in order to fulfill his office of Redeemer the more perfectly, he took upon him the conditions of humanity, and endured the pains and wants and temptations of mortal existence, that he might be to us a sympathizing, appreciating friend, touched with the feelings of our infirmities, and cheering us gently on in the hard path of returning virtue? Oh, when shall we, who have received so much of Jesus Christ, learn to repay it in acts of kindness to our poor brethren? When shall we be Christ-like and not man-like in our efforts to reclaim the fallen and wandering? End of Part 1, Chapter 12, Topsy. Part 1, Chapter 13 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 13, The Quakers. The writer's sketch of the character of this people has been drawn from personal observation. There are several settlements of these people in Ohio, and the manner of living, the tone of sentiment, and the habits of life, as represented in her book, are not at all exaggerated. These settlements have always been refuges for the oppressed and outlawed slave. The character of Rachel Halliday was a real one, but she has passed away to her reward. Simeon Halliday, calmly risking fine and imprisonment for his love to God and man, has had in this country many counterparts among the sect. The writer had in mind, at the time of writing, the scenes in the trial of Thomas Garrett of Wilmington, Delaware, for the crime of hiring a hack to convey a mother and 4 children from the Newcastle jail to Wilmington, a distance of 5 miles. The writer has received the facts in this case in a letter from John Garrett himself, from which some extracts will be made. Wilmington, Delaware, 1st month, 18th, 1853. My dear friend, Harriet Beecher Stowe, I have this day received a request from Charles K. Whipple of Boston to furnish thee with a statement, authentic and circumstantial, of the trouble and losses which have been brought upon myself and others of my friends from the aid we had rendered to fugitive slaves, in order, if thought of sufficient importance, to be published in a work thee is now preparing for the press. I will now endeavor to give thee a statement of what John Hunn and myself suffered by aiding a family of slaves a few years since. I will give the facts as they occurred, and thee may condense and publish so much as thee may think useful in thy work, and no more. In the 12th month, year 1846, a family, consisting of Samuel Hawkins, a free man, and his wife Emmeline, and 6 children, who were afterwards proved slaves, stopped at the house of a friend named John Hunn, near Middletown in this state, in the evening about sunset, to procure food and lodging for the night. They were seen by some of Hunn's pro-slavery neighbors, who soon came with a constable, and had them taken before a magistrate. Hunn had left the slaves in his kitchen when he went to the village of Middletown, half a mile distant. When the officer came with a warrant for them, he met Hunn at the kitchen door, and asked for the blacks. Hunn, with truth, said he did not know where they were. Hunn's wife, thinking they would be safer, had sent them upstairs during his absence, where they were found. Hun made no resistance, and they were taken before the magistrate, and from his office directly to Newcastle jail, where they arrived about 1 o'clock on 7th day morning. The sheriff and his daughter, being kind, humane people, inquired of Hawkins and wife the facts of their case, and his daughter wrote to a lady here to request me to go to Newcastle and inquire into the case, as her father and self really believed they were, most of them, if not all, entitled to their freedom. Next morning I went to Newcastle, had the family of colored people brought into the parlor, and the sheriff and myself came to the conclusion that the parents and 4 youngest children were by law entitled to their freedom. I prevailed on the sheriff to show me the commitment of the magistrate, which I found was defective, and not in due form according to law. I procured a copy and handed it to a lawyer. He pronounced the commitment irregular, and agreed to go next morning to Newcastle and have the whole family taken before Judge Booth, Chief Justice of the State, by habeas corpus, when the following admission was made by Samuel Hawkins and his wife. They admitted that the 2 oldest boys were held by one Charles Glowden of Queen County, Maryland, as slaves; that after the birth of these 2 children, Elizabeth Turner, also of Queen Anne, the mistress of their mother, had set her free, and permitted her to go and live with her husband near 20 miles from their residence, after which the 4 youngest children were born; that her mistress, during all that time, 11 or 12 years, had never contributed $1 to their support or come to see them. After examining the commitment in their case, and consulting with my attorney, the judge set the whole family at liberty. The day was wet and cold. One of the children, 3 years old, was a cripple from white swelling, and could not walk a step. Another, 11 months old, at the breast, and the parents being desirous of getting to Wilmington, 5 miles distance, I asked the judge if there would be any risk or impropriety in my hiring a conveyance for the mother and 4 young children to Wilmington. His reply, in the presence of the sheriff and my attorney, was that there would not be any. I then requested the sheriff to procure a hack to take them over to Wilmington. The whole family escaped. John Hunn and John Garrett were brought up to trial for having practically fulfilled the words of Christ, which read, quote, "I was a stranger, and ye took me in. I was sick and in prison, and ye came unto me." Close quote. For John Hunn's part of this crime, he was fined $2,500, and John Garrett was fined $5,400. $3,500 of this was the fine for hiring a hack for them, and $1,900 was assessed on him as the value of the slaves. Our European friends will infer from this that it costs something to obey Christ in America as well as in Europe. After John Garrett's trial was over, and this heavy judgment had been given against him, he calmly rose in the courtroom and requested leave to address a few words to the court and audience. Leave being granted, he spoke as follows: John Garrett's oration. I have a few words which I wish to address to the court, jury, and prosecutors in the several suits that have been brought against me during the sittings of this court, in order to determine the amount of penalty I must pay for doing what my feelings prompted me to do as a lawful and meritorious act, a simple act of humanity and justice, as I believed, to aid of that oppressed race, the people of color, whom I found in the Newcastle jail on the 12th month, 1845. I will now endeavor to state the facts of those cases, for your consideration and reflection after you return home to your families and friends. You will then have time to ponder on what has transpired here since the sitting of this court, and I believe that your verdict will then be unanimous, that the law of the United States, as explained by our venerable judge, when compared with the act committed by me, was cruel and oppressive and needs remodeling. Here follows a very brief and clear statement of the facts in the case, of which the reader is already apprised. After showing conclusively that he had no reason to suppose the family to be slaves, and that they had all been discharged by the judge, he nobly adds the following words: "Had I believed every one of them to be slaves, I should have done the same thing. I should have done violence to my convictions of duty, had I not made use of all the lawful means in my power to liberate these people, and assist them to become men and women, rather than leave them in the condition of chattels personal. I am called an abolitionist, once a name of reproach, but one I have ever been proud to be considered worthy of being called. For the last 25 years I have been engaged in the cause of this despised and much injured race, and consider their cause worth suffering for. But owing to a multiplicity of other engagements, I could not devote so much of my time and mind to their cause as I would otherwise have done. The impositions and persecutions practiced on these unoffending and innocent brethren are extreme beyond endurance. I am now placed in a situation in which I have not so much to claim my attention as formerly, and I now pledge myself, in the presence of this assembly, to use all lawful and honorable means to lessen the burdens of this oppressed people, and endeavor, according to ability furnished, to burst their chains asunder and set them free, not relaxing my efforts on their behalf while blessed with health, and a slave remains to tread the soil of the state of my adoption, Delaware. After mature reflection, I can assure this assembly, it is my opinion at this time that the verdicts you have given the prosecutors against John Hunn and myself within the past few days will have a tendency to raise a spirit of inquiry throughout the length and breadth of the land respecting this monster evil, slavery, in many minds that have not heretofore investigated the subject. The reports of those trials will be published by editors from Maine to Texas and the far West, and what must be the effect produced? It will, no doubt, add hundreds, perhaps thousands, to the present large and rapidly increasing army of abolitionists. The injury is great to us who are the immediate sufferers by your verdict, but I believe the verdicts you have given against us within the last few days will have a powerful effect in bringing about the abolition of slavery in this country, this land of boasted freedom, where not only the slave is fettered at the South by his lordly master, but the white man at the North is bound as in chains to do the bidding of his Southern masters. End of oration. In his letter to the writer, John Garrett adds that after the speech a young man, who had served as juryman, came across the room and, taking him by the hand, said, "Old gentleman, I believe every statement that you have made. I came from home prejudiced against you, and I now acknowledge that I have helped to do you an injustice." Thus calmly and simply did this Quaker confess Christ before men, according as it is written of them of old, "He esteemed the reproach of Christ greater riches than all the treasures of Egypt." Christ has said, "Whosoever shall be ashamed of me and my words, of him shall the Son of Man be ashamed." In our days it is not customary to be ashamed of Christ personally, but of his words many are ashamed. But when they meet him in judgment, they will have cause to remember them, for heaven and earth shall pass away, but his words shall not pass away. Another case of the same kind is of a more affecting character. Richard Dillingham was the son of a respectable Quaker family in Morrow County, Ohio. His pious mother brought him up in the full belief of the doctrine of St. John, that the love of God and the love of man were inseparable. He was diligently taught in such theological notions as are implied in such passages as these. Hereby perceive we the love of God, because he laid down his life for us, and we ought also to lay down our lives for the brethren. But whoso hath this world's goods, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? My little children, let us not love in word and in tongue, but in deed and in truth. In accordance with these precepts, Richard Dillingham, in early manhood, was found in Cincinnati teaching the colored people, and visiting in the prisons, and doing what in him lay to love in deed and in truth. Some unfortunate families among the colored people had dear friends who were slaves in Nashville, Tennessee. Richard was so interested in their story that when he went into Tennessee, he was actually taken up and caught in the very fact of helping certain poor people to escape their friends. He was seized and thrown into prison. In the language of this world, he was imprisoned as a Negro stealer. His own account is given in the following letter to his parents. Dillingham's letter. Nashville Jail, 12th month, 15th, 1849. Dear parents, I presume you have heard of my arrest and imprisonment in the Nashville jail under a charge of aiding in an attempted escape of slaves from the city of Nashville on the 5th instant. I was arrested by M.D. Maddox, District Constable, aided by Frederick Marshall, watchman at the Nashville Inn, and the bridge keeper at the bridge across the Cumberland River. When they arrested me, I had rode up to the bridge on horseback and paid the toll for myself and for the hack to pass over, in which 3 colored persons, who were said to be slaves, were found by the men who arrested me. The driver of the hack, who is a free colored man of this city, and the persons in the hack were also arrested, and after being taken to the Nashville Inn and searched, we were all taken to jail. My arrest took place about 11 o'clock at night. In another letter he says, at the bridge, Maddox said to me, "You are just the man we wanted. We will make an example of you." As soon as we were safe in the bar room of the inn, Maddox took a candle and looked me in the face to see if he could recognize my countenance. And looking intently at me a few moments, he said, "Well, you are too good-looking a young man to be engaged in such an affair as this." The bystanders asked me several questions, to which I replied that, under the present circumstances, I would rather be excused from answering any questions relating to my case, upon which they desisted from further inquiry. Some threats and malicious wishes were uttered against me by the ruffian part of the assembly, being about 25 persons. I was put in a cell which had 6 persons in it, and I can assure thee that they were very far from being agreeable companions to me, although they were kind. But thou knowest that I do not relish cursing and swearing, and worst of all loathsome and obscene blasphemy, and of such was most of the conversation with my prison mates when I was first put there. The jailers were kind enough to me, but the jail is so constructed that it cannot be warmed, and we have to either warm ourselves by walking in our cell, which is 12 by 15 feet, or lying in bed.
I went out to my trial on the 16th of last month, and put it off till the next term of the court, which will be commenced on the 2nd of next 4th month. I put it off on the ground of excitement. Dear brother, I have no hopes of getting clear of being convicted and sentenced to the penitentiary. But do not think that I am without comfort in my afflictions. For I assure thee that I have many reflections that give me sweet consolation in the midst of my grief. I have a clear conscience before my God, which is my greatest comfort and support through all my troubles and afflictions. An approving conscience none can know but those who enjoy it. It nerves us in the hour of trial to bear our sufferings with fortitude and even with cheerfulness. The greatest affliction I have is the reflection of the sorrow and anxiety my friends will have to endure on my account. But I can assure thee, brother, that with the exception of this reflection, I am far, very far, from being one of the most miserable of men. Nay, to the contrary, I am not terrified at the prospect before me, though I am grieved about it. But all have enough to grieve about in this unfriendly wilderness of sin and woe. My hopes are not fixed in this world, and therefore I have a source of consolation that will never fail me so long as I slight not the offers of mercy, comfort, and peace which my blessed Saviour constantly privileges me with. One source of almost constant annoyance to my feelings is the profanity and vulgarity, and the bad, disagreeable temper of 2 or 3 fellow prisoners of my cell. They show me considerable kindness and respect, but they cannot do otherwise when treated with the civility and kindness with which I treat them. If it be my fate to go to the penitentiary for 8 or 10 years, I can, I believe, meet my doom without shedding a tear. I have not yet shed a tear, though there may be many in store. My bail bonds were set at $7,000. If I should be bailed out, I should return to my trial unless my security were rich and did not wish me to return. For I am Richard yet, although I am in the prison of my enemy, and will not flinch from what I believe to be the right and honorable. These are the principles which, in carrying out, have lodged me here. For there was a time, at my arrest, that I might have, in all probability, escaped the police, but it would have subjected those who were arrested with me to punishment, perhaps even to death, in order to find out who I was, and if they had not told more than they could have done in truth, they would probably have been punished without mercy, and I am determined no one shall suffer for me. I am now a prisoner, but those who were arrested with me are all at liberty, and I believe without whipping. I now stand alone before the Commonwealth of Tennessee to answer for the affair. Tell my friends I am in the midst of consolation here. Richard was engaged to a young lady of amiable disposition and fine mental endowments. To her he thus writes: "O dearest, canst thou upbraid me? Canst thou call it a crime? Wouldst thou call it a crime, or couldst thou upbraid me for rescuing or attempting to rescue thy father, mother, or brother, or sister, or even friends, from a captivity among the cruel race of oppressors? Oh, couldst thou only see what I have seen, and hear what I have heard of the sad, vexatious, degrading, and soul-trying situation of noble minds as ever the Anglo-Saxon race were possessed of, mourning in vain for that universal, heaven-born boon of freedom, which an all-wise and beneficial Creator has designed for all, thou couldst not censure, but wouldst deeply sympathize with me. Take all these things into consideration, and the thousands of poor mortals who are dragging out far more miserable lives than mine will be, even at 10 years in the penitentiary, and thou wilt not look upon my fate with so much horror as thou would at first thought." In another letter he adds: "I have happy hours here, and I should not be miserable if I could only know you were not sorrowing for me at home. It would give me more satisfaction to hear that you were not grieving about me than anything else. The nearer I live to the principle of the commandment, love thy neighbor as thyself, the more enjoyment I have of this life. None can know the enjoyments that flow from feelings of goodwill toward our fellow beings, both friends and enemies, but those who cultivate them. Even in my prison cell I may be happy, if I will, for the Christian's consolation cannot be shut out from him by enemies or iron gates. In another letter to the lady before alluded to, he says, "By what I am able to learn, I believe thy Richard has not fallen altogether unlamented, and the satisfaction it gives me is sufficient to make my prison life more pleasant and desirable than even a life of liberty without the esteem and respect of my friends. But it gives bitterness to the cup of my afflictions to think that my dear friends and relatives have to suffer such grief and sorrow for me. Though persecution ever so severe be my lot, yet I will not allow my indignation ever to ripen into revenge even against my bitterest enemies. For there will be a time when all things must be revealed before Him who has said, 'Vengeance is mine, I will repay.' Yes, my heart shall ever glow with love for my poor fellow mortals who are hastening rapidly on to their final destination, the awful tomb and the solemn judgment. Perhaps it will give thee some consolation for me to tell thee that I believe there is a considerable sympathy existing in the minds of some of the better portion of the citizens here, which may be of some benefit to me. But all that can be done on my behalf will still leave my case a sad one. Think not, however, that it is all lost to me, for by my calamity I have learned many good and useful lessons, which I hope may yet prove both temporal and spiritual blessings to me. Quote, "Behind a frowning providence he hides a smiling face." End quote. Therefore, I hope thou and my dear distressed parents will be somewhat comforted about me, for I know you regard my spiritual welfare far more than anything else. In his next letter to the same friend, he says, "Since I wrote my last, I have had a severe moral conflict, in which I believe the right conquered and has completely gained the ascendancy. The matter was this. A man with whom I have become acquainted since my imprisonment offered to bail me out, and let me stay away from my trial, and pay the bail bonds for me, and was very anxious to do it. Here he mentions that the funds held by this individual had been placed in his hands by a person who obtained them by dishonest means. But having learned the above facts, which he in confidence made known to me, I declined accepting his offer, giving him my reasons in full. The matter rests with him, my attorneys, and myself. My attorneys do not know who he is, but with his permission I in confidence informed them of the nature of the case, after I came to a conclusion upon the subject, and had determined not to accept the offer, which was approved by them. I also had an offer of iron saws and files and other tools by which I could break jail, but I refused them also, as I do not wish to pursue any such underhanded course to extricate myself from my present difficulties. For when I leave Tennessee, if I ever do, I am determined to leave it a free man. Thou need not fear that I shall ever stoop to dishonorable means to avoid my severe impending fate. When I meet thee again, I want to meet thee with a clear conscience and a character unspotted by disgrace." In another place he says, in view of his nearly approaching trial, "O dear parents, the principles of love for my fellow beings which you have instilled into my mind are some of the greatest consolations I have in my imprisonment, and they give me resignation to bear whatever may be inflicted upon me without feeling any malice or bitterness toward my vigilant prosecutors. If they show me mercy, it will be accepted by me with gratitude; but if they do not, I will endeavor to bear whatever they may inflict with Christian fortitude and resignation, and try not to murmur at my lot. But it is hard to obey the commandment, love your enemies." The day of his trial at length came. His youth, his engaging manners, frank address, and invariable gentleness to all who approached him, had won many friends, and the trial excited much interest. The letter resumes: "His mother and her brother, Asa Williams, went a distance of 750 miles to attend his trial. They carried with them a certificate of his character, drawn up by Dr. Bisbin, and numerously signed by his friends and acquaintances, and officially countersigned by civil officers. This was done at the suggestion of his counsel, and exhibited by them in court. When brought to the bar, it is said that his demeanor was calm, dignified, and manly. His mother sat by his side. The prosecuting attorney waived his plea, and left the ground clear for Richard's counsel. Their defense was eloquent and pathetic. After they closed, Richard rose, and in a calm and dignified manner spoke extemporaneously as follows: "By the kind permission of the court, for which I am sincerely thankful, I avail myself of the privilege of adding a few words to the remarks already made by my counsel. And though I stand, by my own confession, as a criminal in the eyes of your violated laws, yet I feel confident that I am addressing those who have hearts to feel, and in meting out the punishment that I am about to suffer, I hope you will be lenient, for it is a new situation in which I am placed. Never before, in the whole course of my life, have I been charged with a dishonest act. And from my childhood, kind parents, whose names I deeply reverence, have instilled into my mind a desire to be virtuous and honorable. And it has ever been my aim to so conduct myself as to merit the confidence and esteem of my fellow men. But, gentlemen, I have violated your laws. This offense I did commit, and now I stand before you, to my sorrow and regret, as a criminal. But I was prompted to it by feelings of humanity. It has been suspected, as I was informed, that I am leagued with a fraternity who are combined for the purpose of committing such offenses as the one with which I am charged. But, gentlemen, the impression is false. I alone am guilty. I alone committed the offense, and I alone must suffer the penalty. My parents, my friends, my relatives are as innocent of any participation in or knowledge of my offense as the babe unborn. My parents are still living, though advanced in years. In the course of nature, a few more years will terminate their earthly existence. In their old age and infirmity, they will need a stay and protection. And if you can, consistently with your ideas of justice, make my term of imprisonment a short one, you will receive the lasting gratitude of a son who reverences his parents, and the prayers and the blessing of an aged father and mother who love their child." End of Dillingham's letters. A great deal of sensation now appeared in the courtroom, and most of the jury are said to have wept. They retired for a few moments, and returned a verdict for 3 years' imprisonment in the penitentiary. The Nashville Daily Gazette of April 13, 1849, contains the following notice: "The Kidnapping Case. Richard Dillingham, who was arrested on the 5th day of December last, having in his possession 3 slaves, who he intended to convey with him to a free state, was arraigned yesterday and tried in the criminal court. The prisoner confessed his guilt and made a short speech in palliation of his offense. He avowed that the act was undertaken by himself, without instigation from any source, and he alone was responsible for the error into which his education had led him. He had, he said, no other motive than the good of the slaves, and did not expect to claim any advantage by freeing them. He was sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment in the penitentiary, the least time the law allows for the offense committed. Mr. Dillingham is a Quaker from Ohio, and has been a teacher in that state. He belongs to a respectable family, and he is not without the sympathy of those who attended the trial. It was a foolhardy enterprise in which he embarked, and dearly has he paid for his rashness." Close quote. His mother, before leaving Nashville, visited the governor and had an interview with him in regard to pardoning her son. He gave her some encouragement, but thought she had better postpone her petition for the present. After the lapse of several months, she wrote to him about it. But he seemed to have changed his mind, as the following letter will show. Nashville, August 29th, 1849. Dear Madam, your letter of the 6th of the 7th month was received, and would have been noticed earlier but for my absence from home. Your solicitude for your son is natural, and it would be gratifying to be able to reward it by releasing him if it were in my power. But the offense for which he is suffering was clearly made out, and its tendency here is very hurtful to our rights and our peace as a people. He is doomed to the shortest period known to our statute, and at all events I could not interfere with his case for some time to come, and to be frank with you, I do not see how his time can be lessened at all. But my term in office will expire soon, and the governor-elect, General William Tronsdale, will take my place. To him you will make any future appeal. Yours, etc., N. L. Brown. The warden of the penitentiary, John McIntosh, was much prejudiced against him. He thought the sentence was too light, and, being of a stern bearing, Richard had not much to expect from his kindness. But the same sterling integrity and ingenuousness which had ever, under all circumstances, marked his conduct, soon wrought a change in the minds of his keepers, and of his enemies generally. He became a favorite with McIntosh and some of the guard. According to the rules of the prison, he was not allowed to write oftener than once in 3 months, and what he wrote had, of course, to be inspected by the warden. He was at first put to sawing and scrubbing rock, but as the delicacy of his frame unfitted him for such labors, and the spotless sanctity of his life won the reverence of his jailers, he was soon promoted to be steward of the prison's hospital. In a letter to a friend, he thus announces this change in his situation: "I suppose thou art, ere this time, informed of the change in my situation, having been placed in the hospital of the penitentiary as steward. I feel but poorly qualified to fill the situation they have assigned me, but will try to do the best I can. I enjoy the comforts of a good fire and a warm room, and am allowed to sit up evenings and read, which I prize as a great privilege. I have now been here nearly 9 months, and have 27 more to stay. It seems to me a long time in prospect. I will try to be as patient as I can, but sometimes I get low-spirited. I throw off the thoughts of home and friends as much as possible, for when indulged in, they only increase my melancholy feelings. And what wounds my feelings most is the reflection of what you all suffer of grief and anxiety for me. Cease to grieve for me, for I am unworthy of it, and it only causes pain for you without availing aught for me. as ever thine in the bonds of affection, R.D. He had been in prison a little more than a year when the cholera invaded Nashville and broke out amongst the inmates. Richard was up day and night in attendance on the sick, his disinterested and sympathetic nature leading him to labors to which his delicate constitution, impaired by confinement, was altogether inadequate. A quote of a poem. Beside the bed where parting life was laid, and sorrow, grief, and pain by turns dismayed, the youthful champion stood. At his control, despair and anguish fled the trembling soul. Comfort came down the dying wretch to raise, and his last faltering accents whispered praise. Close quote of poem. Worn with these labors, the gentle, patient lover of God and of his brother sank at last overwearied, and passed peacefully away to a world where all are lovely and loving. Though his correspondence with her he most loved was interrupted, from his unwillingness to subject his letters to the surveillance of the warden, yet a note reached her, conveyed through the hands of a prisoner whose time was out. In this letter, the last which any earthly friend ever received, he says, I oft times, yea, all times, think of thee. If I did not, I should cease to exist. End quote. What must the system be which makes it necessary to imprison with convicted felons a man like this, because he loves his brother man not wisely but too well? On his death, Whittier wrote the following: Si crucem libenter portes te portabit. Imitations of Christ. The cross, if freely borne, shall be no burthen, but support to thee. So moved of old time for our sake, the holy man of Kempen spake. Thou brave and true one, upon whom was laid the cross of martyrdom, how didst thou, in thy faithful youth, bear witness to this blessed truth? Thy cross of suffering and of shame a staff within thy hands became, in paths where faith alone could see the Master's steps upholding thee. Thine was the seed time. God alone beholds the end of what is sown. Beyond our vision, weak and dim, the harvest time is hid with Him. Yet, unforgotten where it lies, that seed of generous sacrifice, though teeming on the desert cast, shall rise with bloom and fruit at last. J.G. Whittier, Amesbury, 2nd month, 18th, 1852. End of Part 1, Chapter 13, The Quakers. Recording by William Jones.
Part 1, Chapter 14 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 14. The Spirit of St. Clair. The general tone of the press and of the community in the slave states, so far as it has been made known at the North, has been loudly condemnatory of the representations of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Still, it would be unjust to the character of the South to refuse to acknowledge that she has many sons with candor enough to perceive and courage enough to avow the evils of her peculiar institutions. The manly independence exhibited by these men in communities where popular sentiment rules despotically, either by law or in spite of law, should be duly honored. The sympathy of such minds as these is a high encouragement to philanthropic effort. The author inserts a few testimonials from Southern men, not without some pride in being thus kindly judged by those who might have been naturally expected to read her book with prejudice against it. The Jefferson Inquirer, published at Jefferson City, Missouri, October 23, 1852, contains the following communication. Uncle Tom's Cabin. I have lately read this celebrated book, which perhaps has gone through more editions and been sold in greater numbers than any work from the American press in the same length of time. It is a work of high literary finish, and its several characters are drawn with great power and truthfulness, although, like the characters in most novels and works of fiction, in some instances too highly colored. There is no attack on slaveholders as such, but, on the contrary, many of them are represented as highly noble, generous, humane, and benevolent. Nor is there any attack upon them as a class. It sets forth many of the evils of slavery as an institution established by law, but without charging these evils on those who hold the slaves, and seems fully to appreciate the difficulties in finding a remedy. Its effect upon the slaveholder is to make him a kinder and better master, to which none can object. This is said without any intention to endorse everything contained in the book, or indeed in any novel or work of fiction. But if I mistake not, there are few, excepting those who are greatly prejudiced, that will rise from a perusal of the book without being a truer and better Christian, and a more humane and benevolent man. As a slaveholder, I do not feel the least aggrieved. How Mrs. Stowe, the authoress, has obtained her extremely accurate knowledge of the Negroes, their character, dialect, habits, etc., is beyond my comprehension, as she never resided, it appears from the preface, in a slave state, or among slaves or Negroes. But they are certainly admirably delineated. The book is highly interesting and amusing, and will afford a rich treat to its reader. Thomas Jefferson. The opinion of the editor himself is given in these words. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Well, like a good portion of the world and the rest of mankind, we have read the book of Mrs. Stowe bearing the above title. From numerous statements, newspaper paragraphs, and rumors, we suppose the book was all that fanaticism and heresy could invent, and were therefore greatly prejudiced against it. But on reading it, we cannot refrain from saying that it is a work of more than ordinary moral worth, and is entitled to consideration. We do not regard it as a corruption of moral sentiment, and a gross libel on a portion of our people. The authoress seems disposed to treat the subject fairly, though in some particulars the scenes are too highly colored and too strongly drawn from the imagination. The book, however, may lead its readers at a distance to misapprehend some of the general and better features of Southern life as it is, which, by the way, we as an individual prefer to Northern life. Yet it is a perfect mirror of several classes of people we have in our mind's eye, who are not free from all the ills flesh is heir to. It has been feared that the book would result in injury to the slave-holding interests of the country, but we apprehend no such thing, and hesitate not to recommend it to the perusal of our friends and the public generally. Mrs. Stowe has exhibited a knowledge of many peculiarities of Southern society, which is really wonderful when we consider that she is a Northern lady by birth and residence. We hope, then, before our friends form any harsh opinions of the merits of Uncle Tom's Cabin, and make up any judgment against us for pronouncing in its favor, barring some objections to it, that they will give it a careful perusal, and in so speaking we may say that we yield to no man in his devotion to Southern rights and interests. The editor of the St. Louis, Missouri Battery pronounces the following judgment. We took up this work a few evenings since with just such prejudices against it as we presume many others have commenced reading it. We have been so much in contact with ultra-abolitionists, have had so much evidence that their benevolence was much more hatred for the master than love for the slave, accompanied with a profound ignorance of the circumstances surrounding both, and a most consummate supreme disgust for the whole Negro race, that we had about concluded that anything but rant and nonsense was out of the question from a Northern writer upon the subject of slavery. Mrs. Stowe, in these delineations of life among the lowly, has convinced us to the contrary. She brings to the discussion of her subject a perfectly cool, calculating judgment, a wide, all-comprehending intellectual vision, and a deep, warm, sea-like woman's soul, over all of which is flung a perfect iris-like imagination, which makes the light of her pictures stronger and more beautiful as their shades are darker and terror-striking. We do not wonder that the copy before us is of the 70th thousand, and 70,000 more will not supply the demand, or we mistake the appreciation of the American people of the real merits of literary productions. Mrs. Stowe has, in Uncle Tom's Cabin, set up for herself a monument more enduring than marble. It will stand amid the wastes of slavery, as Memnon stands amid the sands of the African desert, telling both the white man and the Negro of the approach of morning. The book is not an abolitionist work, in the offensive sense of the word. It is, as we have intimated, free from everything like fanaticism, no matter what amount of enthusiasm vivifies every page, and runs like electricity along every thread of the story. It presents at one view the excellencies and the evils of the system of slavery, and breathes the true spirit of Christian benevolence for the slave and charity for the master. The next witness gives his testimony in a letter to the New York Evening Post. Light in the South. The subjoined communication comes to us postmarked New Orleans, June 19, 1852. I have just been reading Uncle Tom's Cabin, or Scenes in Lowly Life, by Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe. It found its way to me through the channel of a young student who purchased it at the North to read on his homeward passage to New Orleans. He was entirely unacquainted with its character. He was attracted by its title, supposed it might amuse him while traveling. Through his family it was shown to me as something that I would probably like. I looked at the author's name and said, "Oh, yes, anything from that lady I will read. Otherwise I should have disregarded a work of fiction with such a title." The remarks from persons present were that it was a most amusing work, and the scenes most admirably drawn to life. I accepted the offer of a perusal of it, and brought it home with me. Although I have not read every sentence, I have looked over the whole of it, and I now wish to bear my testimony to its delineation of the position that the slave occupies. Colorings in the work there are, but no colorings of the actual and real position of the slave worse than really exist. Whippings to death do occur. I know it to be so. Painful separations of master and slave, under circumstances creditable to the master's feelings of humanity, do also occur. I know that too. Many families, after having brought up their children in entire dependence on slaves to do everything for them, and after having been indulged in elegances and luxuries, have exhausted all their means, and the black people only being left, whom they must sell for further support. Running away, everybody knows, is the worst crime a slave can commit in the eyes of his master, except it be a humane master, and from such few slaves care to run away. I am a slaveholder myself. I have long been dissatisfied with the system, particularly since I have made the Bible my criterion for judging of it. I am convinced from what I read there, slavery is not in accordance with what God delights to honor in his creatures. I am altogether opposed to the system, and I intend always to use whatever influence I may have against it. I feel very bold in speaking against it, though living in the midst of it, because I am backed by a powerful arm that can overturn and overrule the strongest efforts that the determined friends of slavery are now making for its continuance. I sincerely hope that more of Mrs. Stowe's may be found to show up the reality of slavery. It needs master minds to show it as it is, that it may rest upon its own merits. Like Mrs. Stowe, I feel that since so many and good people, too, at the North have quietly consented to leave the slave to his fate by acquiescing in and approving the late measures of the government, those who do feel differently should bestir themselves. Christian effort must do the work, and soon it would be done if Christians would unite, not to destroy the Union States, but honestly to speak out and speak freely against what they know is wrong. They are not aware what countenance they give to slaveholders to hold on to their prey. Troubled consciences can be easily quieted by the sympathies of pious people, particularly when interest and inclination come in as aids. I am told there is to be a reply made to Uncle Tom's Cabin, entitled Uncle Tom's Cabin as It Is. I am glad of it. Investigation is what is wanted. You will wonder why this communication is made to you by an unknown. It is simply made to encourage your heart and strengthen your determination to persevere and do all you can to put the emancipation of the slave in progress. Who I am you will never know, nor do I wish you to know, nor anyone else. I am a Republican. The following facts make the fiction of Uncle Tom's Cabin appear tame in comparison. They are from the New York Evangelist. Uncle Tom's Cabin. Mr. Editor, I see in your paper that some persons deny the statements of Mrs. Stowe. I have read her book, every word of it. I was born in East Tennessee, near Knoxville, and we thought, in an enlightened part of the Union, much favored in our social, political, and religious privileges, etc., etc. Well, I think about the year 1829, or perhaps 28, a good old German Methodist owned a black man named Robin, a Methodist preacher, and the manager of a farm, distillery, etc., salesman and financier. This good old German Methodist had a son named Willie, a schoolmate of mine, and as times were, a first-rate fellow. The old man also owned a keen, bright-eyed mulatto girl, and Willie, the naughty boy, became enamored of the poor girl. The result was soon discovered, and our good German Methodist told his brother Robin to flog the girl for her wickedness. Brother Robin said he could not and would not perform such an act of cruelty as to flog the girl for what she could not help, and for that act of disobedience old Robin was flogged by the good old German brother until he could not stand. He was carried to bed, and some 3 weeks afterward, when my father left the state, he was still confined to his bed from the effects of that flogging. Again, in the fall of 1836, I went south for my health, stopped at a village in Mississippi, and obtained employment in the largest house in the country as a bookkeeper with a firm from Louisville, Kentucky. A man residing near the village, a bachelor, 30 years of age, became embarrassed and executed a mortgage to my employer on a fine, likely boy, weighing about 200 pounds, quick-witted, active, obedient, and remarkably faithful, trusty, and honest, so much so that he was held up as an example. He had a wife that he loved. His owner cast his eye upon her, and she became his paramour. The boy remonstrated with his master, told him that he tried faithfully to perform his every duty, that he was a good and faithful nigger to him, and it was hard, after he had toiled all day and till 10 o'clock at night, for him to have his domestic relations broken up and interfered with. The white man denied the charge, and the wife also denied it. One night, about the 1st of September, the boy came home earlier than usual, say about 9 o'clock. It was a wet, dismal night. He made a fire in his cabin, went to get his supper, and found ocular demonstration of the guilt of his master. He became enraged, as I suppose any man would, seized a butcher knife and cut his master's throat, stabbed his wife in 27 places, came to the village and knocked at the office door. I told him to come in. He did so and asked for my employer. I called him. The boy then told him that he had killed his master and his wife, and what for. My employer locked him up, and he, the doctor, and myself went out to the house of the old bachelor, and found him dead, and the boy's wife nearly so. She, however, lived. We, my employer and myself, returned to the village, watched the boy until about sunrise, left him locked up, and went to get our breakfasts, intending to take the boy to jail, as it was my employer's interest, if possible, to save the boy, having $1,000 at stake in him. But whilst we were eating, some persons who had heard of the murder broke open the door, took the poor fellow, put a log chain round his neck, and started him for the woods at the point of the bayonet, marching by where we were eating with a great deal of noise. My employer, hearing it, ran out and rescued the boy. The mob again broke in and took the boy, and marched him, as before stated, out of town. My employer then begged them not to disgrace their town in such a matter, but to appoint a jury of 12 sober men to decide what should be done. And 12 as sober men as could be found, I was not sober, said he must be hanged. They then tied a rope around his neck and set him on an old horse. He made a speech to the mob, which I at the time thought, if it had come from some senator, would have been received with rounds of applause, and withal he was more calm than I am now in writing this. And after he had told all about the deed and its cause, he then kicked the horse out from under him and was launched into eternity. My employer has often remarked that he never saw anything more noble in his whole life than the conduct of that boy. Now, Mr. Editor, I have given you facts, and can give you names and dates. You can do what you think is best for the cause of humanity. I hope I have seen the evil of my former practices, and will endeavor to reform. Very respectfully, James L. Hill. Springfield, Illinois, September 17th, 1852. The opinion of a Southerner, given below, appeared in the National Era, published at Washington. This is an anti-slavery journal, but by its generous tone and eminent ability, it commands the respect and patronage of many readers in the slave states. The following communication comes enclosed in an envelope from Louisiana, EDERA. The opinion of a Southerner. To the editor of the National Era. I have just been reading in the New York Observer of the 12th of August an article from the Southern Free Press, headed by an editorial one from the Observer, that has for its caption, "Progress in the Right Quarter." The editor of the New York Observer says that the Southern Free Press has been an able and earnest defender of Southern institutions, but that he now advocates the passage of a law to prohibit the separation of families, and recommends instruction to a portion of slaves that are most honest and faithful. The Observer further adds, quote, "It was such language as this that was becoming common before Northern fanaticism ruined the prospects of emancipation." End quote. It is not so. Northern fanaticism, as he calls it, has done everything that has been done for bettering the condition of the slave. Everyone who knows anything of slavery for the last 30 years will recollect that about that time since, the condition of the slave in Louisiana, for about Louisiana only do I speak, because about Louisiana only do I know, was as depressed and miserable as any of the accounts of the abolitionists that ever I have seen have made it. I say abolitionists, I mean friends and advocates of freedom in a fair and honorable way. If any doubt my assertion, let them seek for information. Let them get the black laws of Louisiana and read them. Let them get facts from individuals of veracity on whose statements they would rely. This wretched condition of slaves roused the friends of humanity, who, like men and Christian men, came fearlessly forward and told truths, indignantly expressing their abhorrence of their oppressors. Such measures, of course, brought forth strife, which caused the cries of humanity to sound louder and louder throughout the land. The friends of freedom gained the ascendancy in the hearts of the people, and the slaveholders were brought to a stand. Some, through fear of consequences, lessened their cruelties, while others were made to think that perhaps were not unwilling to do so when it was urged upon them. Cruelties were not only refrained from, but the slaves' comforts were increased. A retrograde treatment now was not practicable. Fears of rebellion kept them to it. The slave had found friends, and they were watchful. It was, however, soon discovered that too many privileges, too much leniency, and given knowledge would destroy the power to keep down the slave, and tend to weaken, if not destroy, the system. Accordingly, stringent laws had to be passed and a penalty attached to them. No one must teach or cause to be taught a slave without incurring the penalty. The law was now in force. These necessary laws, as they are called, are all put down to the account of the friends of freedom, to their interference. I do suppose that they do justly belong to their interference, for who that studies the history of the world's transactions does not know that in all contests with power, the weak, the unsuccessful will be dealt with more rigorously? Lose not sight, however, of their former condition. Law after law has since been passed to draw the cord tighter around the poor slave, and all attributed to the abolitionists. Well, anyhow, progress is being made. Here comes out the Southern press and makes some honorable concessions. He says, quotes, "The assaults upon slavery made for the last 20 years by the North have increased the evils of it. The treatment of slaves has undoubtedly become a delicate and difficult question. The South has a great and moral conflict to wage, and it is for her to put on the most invulnerable moral panoply." End quote. He then thinks the availability of slave property would not be injured by passing a law to prohibit the separation of slave families, for he says, quote, "Although cases sometimes occur which we observe are seized by these Northern fanatics as characteristic of the system," and etc. Nonsense, there are no cases sometimes occurring, no such thing. They are every day's occurrences, though there are families that form the exception, and many, I would hope, that would not do it. While I am writing, I can call before me 3 men that were brought here by Negro traders from Virginia, each having left 6 or 7 children with their wives, from whom they have never heard. One other died here a short time since, who left the same number in Carolina, from whom he had never heard. I spent the summer of 1945 in Nashville. During the month of September, 600 slaves passed through that place in 4 different gangs for New Orleans, final destination probably Texas. A goodly proportion were women, young women, of course. Many mothers must have left not only their children, but their babies. One gang only had a few children. I made some excursions to the different watering places around Nashville, and while at Robinson or Tyree Springs, 20 miles from Nashville, on the borders of Kentucky and Tennessee, my hostess said to me one day, "Yonder comes a gang of slaves, chained." I went to the roadside and viewed them. For the better answering my purpose of observation, I stopped the white man in front, who was at his ease in a 1-horse wagon, and asked him if those slaves were for sale. I counted them and observed their position. They were divided by 3 1-horse wagons, each containing a man merchant, so arranged as to command the whole gang. Some were unchained, 60 were chained, in 2 companies, 30 in each, the right hand of one to the left hand of the other opposite one, making 15 each side of a large ox chain, to which every hand was fastened and necessarily compelled to hold up. Men and women promiscuously and about in equal proportions, all young people. No children here, except a few in a wagon behind, which were the only children in the 4 gangs. I said to a respectable mulatto woman in the house, "Is it true that the Negro traders take mothers from their babies?" "Missus, it is true, for here last week such a girl, who lives about a mile off, was taken after dinner, knew nothing of it in the morning, sold, put into the gang, and her baby was given away to a neighbor. She was a stout young woman, and brought a good price." The annexation of Texas induced the spirited traffic that summer. Coming down home in a small boat, water low, a Negro trader on board had 45 men and women crammed into a little spot, some handcuffed. One respectable-looking man had left a wife and 7 children in Nashville. Near Memphis, the boat stopped at a plantation by previous arrangement to take in 30 more. An hour's delay was the stipulated time with the captain of the boat. 30 young men and women came down the bank of the Mississippi, looking wretchedness personified, just from the field, in appearance dirty, disconsolate, and depressed, some with an old shawl under their arm, a few had blankets, some had nothing at all, looked as though they cared for nothing. I calculated, while looking at them coming down the bank, that I could hold in a bundle all that the whole of them had. The short notice that was given them when about to leave was in consequence of the fears entertained that they would slip one side. They all looked distressed, leaving all that was dear to them behind to be put under the hammer for the property of the highest bidder. No children here. The whole 75 were crammed into a little space on the boat, men and women all together. I am happy to see that morality is rearing its head with advocates for slavery, and that a most invulnerable moral panoply is thought to be necessary. I hope it may not prove to be like Mr. Clay's compromises. The Southern Press says, as for caricatures of slavery in Uncle Tom's Cabin and the white slave, all founded in imaginary circumstances, etc., we consider them highly incendiary. He who undertakes to stir up strife between two individual neighbors by detraction is justly regarded by all men and all moral codes as a criminal. Then he quotes the 9th commandment and adds, but to bear false witness against whole states and millions of people would seem to be a crime as much deeper in turpitude as the mischief is greater and the provocation less. In the first place, I will put the Southern Press upon proof that Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe has told one falsehood. If she has told truth, it is indeed a powerful engine of assault on slavery, such as these Northern fanatics have made for the last 20 years. The number against whom she offends, in the editor's opinion, seems to increase the turpitude of her crime. That is good reasoning. I hope the editor will be brought to feel that wholesale wickedness is worse than single-handed and is infinitely harder to reach, particularly if of long standing. It gathers boldness and strength when it is sanctioned by the authority of time and aided by numbers that are interested in supporting it. Such is slavery, and Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe deserves the gratitude of states and millions of people for her talented work in showing it up in its true light. She has advocated truth, justice, and humanity, and they will back her efforts. Her work will be read by states and millions of people, and when the Southern Press attempts to malign her by bringing forward her own avowal that the subject of slavery had been so painful to her that she had abstained from conversing on it for several years, and that, in his opinion, it accounts for the intensity of the venom of her book, his really envenomed shafts will fall harmless at her feet, for readers will judge for themselves, and be very apt to conclude that more venom comes from the Southern Press than from her. She advocates what is right, and has a straight road which few get lost on. He advocates what is wrong, and has consequently to tack, concede, deny, slander, and all sorts of things. With all due deference to whatever of just principles the Southern Press may have advanced in favor of the slave, I am a poor judge of human nature if I mistake in saying that Mrs. Stowe has done much to draw from him those concessions, and the putting forth of this most invulnerable moral panoply that has just come into his head as a bulwark of safety for slavery owes its impetus to her and other like efforts. I hope the Southern Press will not imitate the spoiled child who refuses to eat his pie for spite. The White Slave I have not seen. I guess its character, for I made a passage to New York some 14 or 15 years since in a packet ship with a young woman whose face was enveloped in a profusion of light brown curls, and who sat at the table with the passengers all the way as a white woman. When at the Quarantine, Staten Island, the captain received a letter sent by express mail from a person in New Orleans, claiming her as his slave and threatening the captain with the penalty of the existing law if she was not immediately returned. The streaming eyes of the poor unfortunate girl told the truth when the captain reluctantly broke it to her. She unhesitatingly confessed that she had run away and that a friend had paid her passage. Proper measures were taken, and she was conveyed to a packet ship that was at Sandy Hook, bound for New Orleans. Uncle Tom's Cabin, I think, is a just delineation of slavery. The incidents are colored, but the position that the slave is made to hold is just. I did not read every page of it, my object being to ascertain what position the slave occupied. I could state a case of whipping to death that would equal Uncle Tom's. Still, such cases are not very frequent. The stirring up of strife between neighbors that the Southern Press complains of deserves notice. Who are neighbors? The most explicit answer to this question will be found in the reply Christ made to the lawyer when he asked it of him. Another question will arise, whether, in Christ's judgment, Mrs. Stowe would be considered a neighbor or an incendiary. As the Almighty Ruler of the universe and the Maker of man has said that he has made all the nations of the earth of one blood, and man in his own image, The black man, irrespective of his color, would seem to be a neighbor who has fallen among his enemies that have deprived him of the fruits of his labor, his liberty, his right to his wife and children, his right to obtain the knowledge to read, or to anything the earth holds dear, except such portions of food and raiment as will fit him for his despoiler's purposes. Let not the apologists for slavery bring up the isolated cases of leniency, giving instruction, and affectionate attachment that are found among some masters as specimens of slavery. It is unfair. They form exceptions, and much do I respect them, but they are not the rules of slavery. The strife that is being stirred up is not to take away anything that belongs to another, neither their silver or gold, their fine linen or purple, their houses or land, their horses or cattle, or anything that is their property, but to rescue a neighbor from their unmanly cupidity. Signed, a Republican. No introduction is necessary to explain the following correspondence, and no commendation will be required to secure for it a respectful attention from thinking readers. Washington City, D.C., December 6, 1852. D.R. Goodloe, Esquire. Dear Sir, I understand that you are a North Carolinian and have always resided in the South. You must consequently be acquainted with the workings of the institution of slavery. You have doubtless also read that world-renowned book, Uncle Tom's Cabin, by Mrs. Stowe. The apologists for slavery deny that this book is a truthful picture of slavery. They say that its representations are exaggerated, its scenes and incidents unfounded, and, in a word, that the whole book is a caricature. They also deny that families are separated, that children are sold from their parents, wives from their husbands, etc. Under these circumstances, I am induced to ask your opinion of Mrs. Stowe's book, and whether or not, in your opinion, her statements are entitled to credit. I have the honor to be, yours truly, A. M. Gangewer. Washington, December 8, 1852. Dear Sir, your letter of the 6th instance, asking my opinion of Uncle Tom's Cabin, has been received, and there being no reason why I should withhold it, unless it be the fear of public opinion, your object being, as I understand, the publication of my reply, I proceed to give it in some detail. A book of fiction, to be worth reading, must necessarily be filled with rare and striking incidents, and the leading characters must be remarkable, some for great virtues, others, perhaps, for great vices or follies. A narrative of the ordinary events in the lives of commonplace people would be insufferably dull and insipid, and a book made up of such materials would be, to the elegant and graphic pictures of life and manners which we have in the writing of Sir Walter Scott and Dickens, what a surveyor's plot of a 10-acre field is to a painted landscape, in which the eye is charmed by 1,000 varieties of hill and dale, of green shrubbery and transparent water, of light and shade at a glance. In order to determine whether a novel is a fair picture of society, it is not necessary to ask if its chief personages are to be met with every day, but whether they are characteristic of the times and the country, whether they embody the prevalent sentiments, virtues, vices, follies, and peculiarities, and whether the events, tragic or otherwise, are such as may and do occasionally occur. Judging Uncle Tom's Cabin by these principles, I have no hesitation in saying that it is a faithful portraiture of Southern life and institutions. There is nothing in the book inconsistent with the laws and usages of the slaveholding states. The virtues, vices, and peculiar hues of character and manners are all Southern, and must be recognized at once by every one who reads the book. I may never have seen such depravity in one man as that exhibited in the character of Legree, though I have 10,000 times witnessed the various shades of it in different individuals. On the other hand, I have never seen so many perfections concentrated in one human being as Mrs. Stowe has conferred upon the daughter of a slaveholder. Evangeline is an image of beauty and goodness which can never be effaced from the mind, whatever may be its prejudices. Yet her whole character is fragrant of the South. Her generous sympathy, her beauty and delicacy, her sensibility are all Southern. They are to the manner born, and embodying as they do the Southern ideal of beauty and loveliness, cannot be ostracized from Southern hearts even by the power of the vigilance committees. The character of St. Clair cannot fail to inspire love and admiration. He is the beau ideal of a Southern gentleman, honorable, generous, and humane, of accomplished manners, liberal education, and easy fortune. In his treatment of the slaves, he errs on the side of lenity rather than vigor, and is always their kind protector, from a natural impulse of goodness, without much reflection upon what may befall them when death or misfortune shall deprive them of his friendship. Mr. Shelby, the original owner of Uncle Tom, and who sells him to a trader, from the pressure of a sort of pecuniary necessity, is by no means a bad character. His wife and son are whatever honor and humanity could wish, and, in a word, the only white persons who make any considerable figure in the book to a disadvantage are the villain Legree, who is a Vermonter by birth, and the oily-tongued slave trader Haley, who has the accent of a Northerner. It is therefore evident that Mrs. Stowe's object in writing Uncle Tom's Cabin has not been to disparage Southern character. A careful analysis of the book would authorize the opposite inference, that she has studied to shield the Southern people from opprobrium, and even to convey an elevated idea of Southern society at the moment of exposing the evils of the system of slavery. She directs her batteries against the institution, not against individuals, and generously makes a renegade Vermonter stand for her most hideous picture of a brutal tyrant. Invidious as the duty may be, I cannot withhold my testimony to the fact that families of slaves are often separated. I know not how any man can have the hardihood to deny it. The thing is notorious, and is often the subject of painful remark in the Southern States. I have often heard the practice of separating husband and wife, parent and child, defended, apologized for, palliated in 1,000 ways, but have never heard it denied. How could it be denied, in fact, when probably the very circumstance which elicited the conversation was a case of cruel separation then transpiring? No, sir, the denial of this fact by mercenary scribers may deceive persons at a distance, but it can impose upon no one at the South. In all the slave-holding states, the relation of matrimony between slaves, or between a slave and free person, is merely voluntary. There is no law sanctioning it or recognizing it in any shape, directly or indirectly. In a word, it is illicit and binds no one, neither the slaves themselves nor their masters. In separating husband and wife, or parent and child, the trader or owner violates no law of the state, neither statute nor common law. He buys or sells at auction or privately that which the majesty of the law has declared to be property. The victims may writhe in agony, and the tender-hearted spectator may look on with gloomy sorrow and indignation, but it is to no purpose. The promptings of mercy and justice in the heart are only in rebellion against the law of the land. The law itself not unfrequently performs the most cruel separations of families, almost without the intervention of individual agency. This happens in the case of persons who die insolvent or who become so during life. The estate, real and personal, must be disposed of at auction to the highest bidder, and the executor, administrator, sheriff, trustee, or other person whose duty it is to dispose of the property, although he may possess the most humane intentions in the world, cannot prevent the final severance of the most endearing ties of kindred. The illustration given by Mrs. Stowe in The Sale of Uncle Tom by Mr. Shelby is a very common case. Pecuniary embarrassment is a most fruitful source of misfortune to the slave as well as the master, and instances of family ties broken from this cause are of daily occurrence. It often happens that great abuses exist in violation of law, and in spite of the efforts of the authorities to suppress them. Such is the case with drunkenness, gambling, and other vices. But here is a law common to all slaveholding states, which upholds and gives countenance to the wrongdoer, while its blackest terrors are reserved for those who would interpose to protect the innocent. Statesmen of elevated and honorable character, from a vague notion of state necessity, have defended this law in the abstract, while they would without hesitation condemn every instance of its application as unjust. In one respect, I am glad to see it publicly denied that the families of slaves are separated. For while it argues a disreputable want of candor, it at the same time evinces a commendable sense of shame, and induces the hope that the public opinion at the South will not much longer tolerate this most odious, though not essential, part of the system of slavery. In this connection, I will call to your recollection a remark of the editor of the Southern Press in one of the last numbers of that paper, which acknowledges the existence of the abuse in question and recommends its correction. He says, quote, "The South has a great moral conflict to wage, and it is for her to put on the most invulnerable moral panoply. Hence it is her duty, as well as interest, to mitigate or remove whatever of evil that results incidentally from the institution. The separation of husband and wife, parent and child, is one of those evils, which we know is generally avoided and repudiated there, although cases sometimes occur which we observe are seized by these northern fanatics as characteristic illustrations of the system. Now, we can see no great evil or inconvenience, but much good, in the prohibition by law of such occurrences. Let the husband and wife be sold together, and the parents and minor children. Such a law would affect but slightly the general value or availability of slave property, and would prevent, in some cases, the violence done to the feelings of such connections by sales either compulsory or voluntary. We are satisfied that it would be beneficial to the master and slave to promote marriage and the observance of all its duties and relations." Much as I have differed with the editor of the Southern Press in his general views of public policy, I am disposed to forgive him past errors in consideration of his public acknowledgment of this incidental evil, and his frank recommendation of its removal. A Southern newspaper less devoted than the Southern Press to the maintenance of slavery would be seriously compromised by such a suggestion, and its advice would be far less likely to be heeded. I think, therefore, that Mr. Fisher deserves the thanks of every good man, North and South, for thus boldly pointing out the necessity of reform. The picture which Mrs. Stowe has drawn of slavery as an institution is anything but favorable. She has illustrated the frightful cruelty and oppression that must result from a law which gives to one class of society almost absolute and irresponsible power over another. Yet the very machinery she has employed for this purpose shows that all who are parties to the system are not necessarily culpable. It is a high virtue in St. Clair to purchase Uncle Tom. He is actuated by no selfish or improper motive. Moved by a desire to gratify his daughter and prompted by his own humane feelings, he purchases a slave in order to rescue him from a hard fate on the plantations. If he had not been a slaveholder before, it was now his duty to become one. This, I think, is the moral to be drawn from the story of St. Clair, and the South has a right to claim the authority of Mrs. Stowe in defense of slaveholding to this extent. It may be said that it was the duty of St. Clair to emancipate Uncle Tom, but the wealth of the Rothschilds would not enable a man to act out his benevolent instincts at such a price. And if such was his duty, is it not equally the duty of every moneyed man in the free states to attend the New Orleans slave mart with the same benevolent purpose in view? It seems to me that to purchase a slave with the purpose of saving him from a hard and cruel fate, and without any view to emancipation, is itself a good action. If the slave should subsequently be able to redeem himself, it would doubtless be the duty of the owner to emancipate him. And it would be but even-handed justice to set down every dollar of the slave's earnings above the expenses of his maintenance to his credit until the price paid for him should be fully restored. This is all that justice could exact from the slaveholder. Those who have railed against Uncle Tom's Cabin as an incendiary publication have singularly, supposing that they have read the book, overlooked the moral of the hero's life. Uncle Tom is the most faithful of servants. He literally obeyed in all things his masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as men-pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing God. If his conduct exhibits the slightest departure from a literal fulfillment of this injuncture of Scripture, it is in a case which must command the approbation of the most rigid casuist, for the injunction of obedience extends, of course, only to lawful commands. It is only when the monster Legree commands him to inflict undeserved chastisement upon his fellow servants that Uncle Tom refuses obedience. He would not listen to a proposition of escaping into Ohio with the young woman Eliza on the night after they were sold by Mr. Shelby to the trader Haley. He thought it would be bad faith to his late master, whom he had nursed in his arms, and might be the means of bringing him into difficulty. He offered no resistance to Haley, and obeyed even Legree in every legitimate command. But when he was required to be the instrument of his master's cruelty, he chose rather to die, with the courage and resolution of a Christian martyr, than to save his life by a guilty compliance. Such was Uncle Tom. Not a bad example for the imitation of man or master. I am, sir, very respectfully, your obedient servant, Daniel R. Goodloe. A. M. Gangewear, Esquire, Washington, D.C. End quote. The writer has received permission to publish the following extract from a letter received by a lady at the North from the editor of a Southern paper. The mind and character of the author will speak for themselves in the reading of it. Charleston, Sunday, 25th July, 1852. The books, I infer, are Mrs. Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. The book was furnished me by blank about a fortnight ago, and you may have assured that I read it with an attentive interest. Now, what is your opinion of it, you will ask? And knowing my preconceived opinions upon the question of slavery and the embodiment of my principles, which I have so long supported, in regard to that peculiar institution, you may be prepared to meet an indirect answer. This my own consciousness of truth would not allow in the present instance. The book is a truthful picture of life, with the dark outlines beautifully portrayed. The life, the characteristics, incidents, and the dialogues is life itself, reduced to paper. In her appendix she rather evades the question whether it was taken from actual scones, but says there are many counterparts. In this she is correct, beyond doubt. Had she changed the picture of Legree on Red River for blank on blank Island, South Carolina, she could not have drawn a more admirable portrait. I am led to question whether she had not some knowledge of this beast, as he is known to be, and made the transposition for effect. My position in connection with the extreme party, both in Georgia and South Carolina, would constitute a restraint to the full expression of my feelings upon several of the governing principles of the institution. I have studied slavery in all its different phases, have been thrown in contact with the Negro in different parts of the world, and made it my aim to study his nature so far as my limited abilities would give me light, and whatever my opinions have been, they were based upon what I supposed to be honest convictions. During the last 3 years, you well know what my opportunities have been to examine all the sectional bearings of an institution which now holds the great and most momentous question of our federal well-being. These opportunities I have not let pass, but have given myself, body and soul, to a knowledge of its vast intricacies, to its constitutional compact and its individual hardships. Its wrongs are in the constituted rights of the master and the blank letter of those laws which pretend to govern the bondsman's rights. What legislative act, based upon the construction of self-protection for the very men who contemplate the laws, even though their intention was amelioration, could be enforced, when the legislated object is held as the bond property of the legislator? The very fact of constituting a law for the amelioration of property becomes an absurdity, so far as carrying it out is concerned. A law which is intended to govern, and gives the governed no means of seeking its protection, is like the clustering together of so many useless words for vain show. But why talk of law? That which is considered the popular rights of a people, and every tenacious prejudice set forth to protect its property interest, creates its own power against every weaker vessel. Laws which interfere with this become unpopular, repugnant to a forcible will, and a dead letter in effect. So long as the voice of the governed cannot be heard, and his wrongs are felt beyond jurisdiction or domain of the law, as 9/10 are, where is the hope of redress? The master is the powerful vessel. The Negro feels his dependence, and fearing the consequences of an appeal for his rights, submits to the cruelty of his master in preference to the dread of something even more cruel. It is in those disputed cases of cruelty we find the wrongs of slavery, and in those governing laws which give power to bad Northern men to become the most cruel taskmasters. Do not judge from my observations that I am seeking consolation for the abolitionists. Such is not my intention, but truth to a course which calls loudly for reformation constrains me to say that humanity calls for some law to govern the force and absolute will of the master, and to reform no part is more requisite than that which regards the slave's food and raiment. A person must live years at the South before he can become fully acquainted with the many workings of slavery. A Northern man not prominently interested in the political and social weal of the South may live for years in it and pass from town to town in his everyday pursuits, and yet see but the polished side of slavery. With me it has been different. Its effect upon the Negro himself and its effect upon the social and commercial well-being of Southern society has been laid broadly open to me, and I have seen more of its workings within the past year than was disclosed to me all the time before. It is with these feelings that I am constrained to do credit to Mrs. Stowe's book, which I consider must have been written by one who derived the materials from a thorough acquaintance with the subject. The character of the slave dealer, the bankrupt owner in Kentucky, and the New Orleans merchant are simply everyday occurrences in these parts. Editors may speak of the dramatic effect as they please, the tale is not told them, and the occurrences of common reality would form a picture more glaring. I could write a work with date and incontrovertible facts of abuses which stand recorded in the knowledge of the community in which they were transacted, that would need no dramatic effect, and would stand out tenfold more horrible than anything Mrs. Stowe has described. I have read 2 columns in the Southern press of Mrs. Eastman's Aunt Phyllis's Cabin, or Southern Life as it is, with the remarks of the editor. I have no comments to make upon it, that being done by itself. The editor might have saved himself being writ down an ass by the public if he had withheld his nonsense. If the 2 columns are a specimen of Mrs. Eastman's book, I pity her attempt and her name as an author. End of Part 1, Chapter 14, The Spirit of St. Clair. End of Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 1 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit us at LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 1. The New York Courier and Inquirer of November 5th contained an article which has been quite valuable to the author as summing up in a clear, concise, and intelligible form the principal objections which may be urged to Uncle Tom's Cabin. It is here quoted in full as the foundation of the remarks in the following pages. The author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, that writer states, has committed false witness against thousands and millions of her fellow men. She has done it, he says, by attaching to them as slaveholders in the eyes of the world the guilt of the abuses of an institution of which they are absolutely guiltless. Her story is so devised as to present slavery in 3 dark aspects. First, the cruel treatment of the slaves; second, the separation of families; and third, their want of religious instruction. To show the first, she causes a reward to be offered for the recovery of a runaway slave, dead or alive. when no reward with such an alternative was ever heard of or dreamed of south of the Mason and Dixon's line, and it has been decided over and over again in Southern courts that a slave who is merely flying away cannot be killed. She puts such language as this into the mouth of one of her speakers: "The master who goes furthest and does the worst only uses within limits the power that the law gives him," when, in fact, the civil code of the very state where it is represented the language was uttered, Louisiana, declares that the slave is entirely subject to the will of his master, who may correct and chastise him, though not with unusual rigor, nor so as to maim or mutilate him, or to expose him to the danger of loss of life, or to cause his death. And the law provides for a compulsory sale, when the master shall be convicted of cruel treatment of his slaves, and the judges shall deem proper to pronounce, besides the penalty established for such cases, that the slave be sold at public auction, in order to place him out of the reach of the power which the master has abused. If any person whatsoever shall wilfully kill his slave, or the slave of another person, the said person, being convicted thereof, shall be tried and condemned agreeably to the laws. Now, the General Court of Virginia last year, in the case of Souther versus the Commonwealth, it was held that the killing of a slave by his master and owner by willful and excessive whipping is murder in the first degree, though it may not have been the purpose of the master and owner to kill the slave. It is not 6 months since Governor Johnston of Virginia pardoned a slave who killed his master, who was beating him with brutal severity. And yet, in the face of such laws and decisions as these, Mrs. Stowe winds up a long series of cruelties upon her other black personages by causing her faultless hero Tom to be literally whipped to death in Louisiana by his master Legree, and these acts, which the laws make criminal and punish as such, she sets forth in the most repulsive colors to illustrate the institution of slavery. So, too, in reference to the separation of children from their parents. A considerable part of the plot of Uncle Tom's Cabin is made to hinge upon the selling in Louisiana of the child Eliza, 8 or 9 years old, away from her mother, when, had its inventor looked into the statute book of Louisiana, she would have found the following language: "Every person is expressly prohibited from selling separately from their mothers the children who shall not have attained the full age of 10 years. Be it further enacted, that if any person or persons shall sell the mother of any slave child or children under the age of 10 years, separate from said child or children, or shall, the mother living, sell any slave child or children of 10 years of age or under, separate from said mother, said person or persons shall be fined not less than $1,000, nor more than $2,000, and be imprisoned in the public jail for a period of not less than 6 months, nor more than 1 year." The privation of religious instruction, as represented by Mrs. Stowe, is utterly unfounded in fact. The largest churches in the Union consist entirely of slaves. The First African Church in Louisville, which numbers 1,500 persons, and the First African Church in Augusta, which numbers 1,300, are specimens. On multitudes of the large plantations in different parts of the South, the ordinances of the gospel are as regularly maintained by competent ministers as in any other communities, North or South. A larger proportion of the slave population are in communion with some Christian church than of the white population in any part of the country. A very considerable portion of every Southern congregation, either in city or country, is sure to consist of blacks, whereas of our Northern churches not a colored person is to be seen in 1 out of 50. The peculiar falsity of this whole book consists in making exceptional or impossible cases the representatives of the system. By the same process which she has used, it would not be difficult to frame a fatal argument against the relation of husband and wife, or parent and child, or of guardian and ward, for thousands of wives and children and wards have been maltreated and even murdered. It is wrong, unpardonably wrong, to impute to any relation of life those enormities which spring only out of the worst depravity of human nature. A ridiculously extravagant spirit of generalization pervades this fiction from beginning to end. The Uncle Tom of the authoress is a perfect angel, and her blacks generally are half angels. Her Simon Legree is a perfect demon, and her whites generally are half demons. She has quite a peculiar spite against the clergy, and of the many she introduces at different times into the scenes, all, save an insignificant exception, are Pharisees or hypocrites. One who could know nothing of the United States and its people, except by what he might gather from this book, would judge that it was some region just on the confines of the infernal world. We do not say that Mrs. Stowe was actuated by wrong motives in the preparation of this work, but we do say that she has done a wrong which no ignorance can excuse and no penance can expiate. End quote. A much valued correspondent of the author, writing from Richmond, Virginia, also uses the following language. Quote, I will venture this morning to make a few suggestions which have occurred to me in regard to future editions of your work, Uncle Tom's Cabin, which I desire should have all the influence of which your genius renders it capable, not only abroad, but in the local sphere of slavery, where it has been hitherto repudiated. Possessing already the great requisites of artistic beauty and of sympathetic affection, it may yet be improved in regard to accuracy of statement without being at all enfeebled. For example, you do less than justice to the formalized laws of the Southern States, while you give more credit than is due to the virtue of public or private sentiment in restricting the evil which the laws permit. I enclose the following extracts from a Southern paper. Inset. I'll manage that thar. They's young in the business and must 'spect to work cheap, said Marks as he continued to read. There's 3 on 'em easy cases, 'cause all you got to do is to shoot 'em or swear they is shot. They couldn't, of course, charge much for that. End inset. The reader will observe that 2 charges against the South are involved in this precious discourse. One, that it is the habit of Southern masters to offer a reward, with the alternative of dead or alive, for their fugitive slaves, and the other, that it is usual for pursuers to shoot them. Indeed, we are led to infer that as the shooting is the easier mode of obtaining the reward, it is the more frequently employed in such cases. Now, when a Southern master offers a reward for his runaway slave, it is because he has lost a certain amount of property, represented by the Negro, which he wishes to recover. What man of Vermont, having an ox or an ass that had gone astray, would forthwith offer half the full value of the animal, not for the carcass, which might be turned to some useful purpose, but for the unavailing satisfaction of its head? Yet are the 2 cases exactly parallel? With regard to the assumption that men are permitted to go about at the South with double-barrel guns, shooting down runaway Negroes in preference to apprehending them, we can only say that it is as wicked and willful as it is ridiculous. Such thugs there may have been as Marks and Loker, who have killed Negroes in this unprovoked manner, but if they have escaped the gallows, they are probably to be found within the walls of our state penitentiaries, where they are comfortably provided for at public expense. The laws of the Southern States, which are designed, as in all good governments, for the protection of persons and property, have not been so loosely framed as to fail of their object where person and property are one. The law with regard to the killing of runaways is laid down with so much clearness and precision by a South Carolina judge that we cannot forbear quoting his dictum as directly in point. In the case of Witzel versus Ernest and Parker, Colcock Jr. delivered the opinion of the court. Quote, by the statute of 1740, any white man may apprehend and moderately correct any slave who may be found out of the plantation at which he is employed, and if the slave assaults the white person, he may be killed. But a slave who is merely flying away cannot be killed. Nor can the defendants be justified by the common law if we consider the Negro as a person, for they were not clothed with the authority of the law to apprehend him as a felon, and without such authority he could not be killed. It is commonly supposed that the property interest is a sufficient guard in these cases. If people choose to ruin their possessions, I don't know what's to be done. It seems the poor creature was a thief and a drunkard, and so there won't be much hope to get up any sympathy for her. It is perfectly outrageous. It is horrid, Augustine. It will certainly bring down vengeance upon you. My dear cousin, I didn't do it, and I can't help it. I would if I could. If low-minded, brutal people will act like themselves, what am I to do? They have absolute control. They are irresponsible despots. There would be no use in interfering. There is no law that amounts to anything practically for such a case. The best we can do is to shut our eyes and ears and let it alone. It's the only resource left us. In a subsequent part of the same conversation, St. Clare says, "For pity's sake, for shame's sake, because we are men born of women and not savage beasts, many of us do not and dare not, we would scorn to use the full power which our savage laws put into our hands. And he who goes furthest and does the worst only uses within the limits of power that the law gives him." So Mrs. Stowe tells us through St. Clare that there is no law that amounts to anything in such cases, and that he who goes furthest in severity towards his slave, that is, to the deprivation of an eye or a limb, or even the destruction of life, only uses within limits the power that the law gives him. This is an awful and tremendous charge, which, lightly and unwarrantably made, must subject the maker to a fearful accountability. Let us see how the matter stands upon the statute book of Louisiana by referring to the civil code of that state. Chapter 3, Article 173, the reader will find this general declaration. The slave is entirely subject to the will of his master, who may correct and chastise him, though not with unusual rigor, nor so as to maim or mutilate him, or to expose him to the danger of loss of life, or to cause his death. On a subsequent page of the same volume and chapter, Article 192, we find provision made for the slave's protection against his master's cruelty, in the statement that one of two cases in which a master can be compelled to sell his slave is when the master shall be convicted of cruel treatment of his slave, and the judge shall deem proper to pronounce, besides the penalty established for such cases, that the slave shall be sold at public auction, in order to place him out of the reach of the power which the master has abused. A code thus watchful of the Negro's safety in life and limb confines not its guardianship to inhibitory clauses, but prescribes extreme penalties in case of their infraction. In the Code Noir, Black Code of Louisiana, under head of Crimes and Offenses, No. 55, Section 16, it is laid down that if any person whatsoever shall wilfully kill his slave, or the slave of another person, the said person, being convicted thereof, shall be tried and condemned agreeably to the laws. And because Negro testimony is inadmissible in the courts of the state, and therefore the evidence of such crimes might be with difficulty supplied, it is further provided that if any slave be mutilated, beaten, or ill-treated, contrary to the true intent and meaning of this act, when no one shall be present, in such case the owner or other person having the management of said slave thus mutilated shall be deemed responsible and guilty of the said offense, and shall be prosecuted without further evidence, unless the said owner or other person so as aforesaid can prove the contrary by means of good and sufficient evidence, or can clear himself by his own oath, which said oath every court, under the cognizance of which such offense shall have been examined and tried, is by this act authorized to administer. Enough has been quoted to establish the utter falsity of the statement made by our authoress through St. Clare that brutal masters are irresponsible despots, at least in Louisiana. It would extend our review to a most unreasonable length should we undertake to give the law with regard to the murder of slaves as it stands in each of the Southern states. The crime is a rare one, and therefore the reporters have had few cases to record. We may refer, however, to two. In Fields versus the State of Tennessee, the plaintiff in error was indicted in the Circuit Court of Maury County for the murder of a Negro slave. He pleaded not guilty, and at the trial was found guilty of willful and felonious slaying of the slave. From this sentence he prosecuted his writ of error, which was disallowed, the court affirming the original judgment. The opinion of the court, as given by Peck J., overflows with the spirit of enlightened humanity. He concludes thus: "It is well said by one of the judges of North Carolina that the master has the right to exact the labor of his slave. That far the rights of the slave are suspended. But this gives the master no right over the life of his slave. I add to the saying of the judge that law which says thou shalt not kill protects the slave, and he is within its very letter. Law, reason, Christianity, and common humanity all point but one way." And another quote: "In the General Court of Virginia, June term, 1851, in Souther versus the Commonwealth, it was held that the killing of a slave by his master and owner, by willful and excessive whipping, is murder in the first degree, though it may not have been the purpose of the master and owner to kill the slave." The writer shows also an ignorance of the law of contracts as it affects slavery in the South, in making George's master take him from the factory against the proprietor's consent. George, by virtue of the contract of hiring, has become the property of the proprietor for the time being, and his master could no more have taken him away forcibly than the owner of a house in Massachusetts can dispossess his lessee at any moment from mere whim or caprice. There is no court in Kentucky where the hirer's rights in this regard would not be enforced. Quoting Uncle Tom's Cabin: "No, Father brought her once in one of his trips to New Orleans, and brought her up as a present to Mother. She was about 8 or 9 years old then. Father would never tell Mother what he gave for her, but the other day, in looking over his old papers, we came across a bill of sale. He paid an extravagant sum for her, to be sure, I suppose on account of her extraordinary beauty." George sat with his back to Cassie, and did not see the absorbed expression of her countenance as he was giving these details. At this point in the story she touched his arm, and with a face perfectly white with interest, said, "Do you know the names of the people he bought her of?" "A man of the name of Simmons, I think, was the principal in the transaction. At least, I think that was the name in the bill of sale." "Oh, my God!" said Cassie, and fell insensible to the floor of the cabin. Of course, Eliza turns out to be Cassie's child, and we are soon entertained with the family meeting in Montreal, where George Harris is living, 5 or 6 years after the opening of the story, in great comfort. Now, the reader will perhaps be surprised to know that such an incident as the sale of Cassie, apart from Elijah, upon which the whole interest of the foregoing narrative hinges, never could have taken place in Louisiana, and that the bill of sale for Elijah would not have been worth the paper it was written on. Observe, George Shelby states that Eliza was 8 or 9 years old at the time his father purchased her in New Orleans. Let us again look at the statute book of Louisiana. In the Code Noir we find it set down that, quote, "every person is expressly prohibited from selling separately from their mothers the children who shall not have attained the full age of 10 years. And this humane provision is strengthened by a statute, one clause of which runs as follows: "Be it further enacted that if any person or persons shall sell the mother of any slave child or children under the age of 10 years, separate from said child or children, or shall, the mother living, sell any slave child or children of 10 years of age or under, separate from said mother, such person or persons shall incur the penalty of the 6th section of this act. This penalty is a fine of not less than $1,000 nor more than $2,000, and imprisonment in the public jail for a period of not less than 6 months nor more than 1 year. Vide Acts of Louisiana, 1 Session, 9th Legislature, 1828, 1829, number 24, section 16." End quote. The author makes here a remark. Scattered through all the southern states are slaveholders who are such only in name. They have no pleasure in the system. They consider it one of wrong altogether, and they hold the legal relation still only because not yet clear with regard to the best way of changing it, so as to better the condition of those held. Such are most earnest advocates for state emancipation, and are friends of anything written in a right spirit which tends in that direction. From such the author ever receives criticisms with pleasure. She has endeavored to lay before the world in the fullest manner all that can be objected to her work, that both sides may have an opportunity of impartial hearing. When writing Uncle Tom's Cabin, though entirely unaware and unexpectant of the importance which would be attached to its statements and opinions, the author of that work was anxious, from love of consistency, to have some understanding of the laws of the slave system. She had on hand for reference, while writing, the Code Noir of Louisiana and a sketch of the laws relating to slavery in the different states by Judge Stroud of Philadelphia. This work, professing to have been compiled with great care from the latest editions of the statute books of the several states, the author supposed to be a sufficient guide for the writing of a work of fiction. As the accuracy of those statements which relate to the slave laws has been particularly contested, a more especial inquiry has been made in this direction. Under the guidance and with the assistance of legal gentlemen of high standing, this writer has proceeded to examine the statements of Judge Stroud with regard to statute law, and to follow them up with some inquiry into the decisions of courts. The result has been an increasing conviction on her part that the impressions first derived from Judge Stroud's work are correct, and this author now can only give the words of St. Clair as the best possible expression of the sentiments and opinion which this course of reading has awakened in her mind. Quoting St. Clair in Uncle Tom's Cabin: "This cursed business, accursed of God and man, what is it? Strip it of all its ornament, run it down to the root and nucleus of the whole, and what is it? Why, because my brother Quashy is ignorant and weak, and I am intelligent and strong, because I know how and can do it, therefore I may steal all he has, keep it, and give him only such and so much as suits my fancy? Whatever is too hard, too dirty, too disagreeable for me, I may set Quashy to doing. Because I don't like work, Quashy shall work. Because the sun burns me, Quashy shall stay in the sun. Quashy shall earn the money, and I will spend it. Quashy shall lie down in every puddle, that I may walk over dry shod. Quashy shall do my will, and not his, all the days of his mortal life, and have such a chance of getting to heaven at last as I find convenient. This I take to be about what slavery is. I defy anybody on earth to read our slave code as it stands in our law books and make anything else of it. Talk of the abuses of slavery, humbug! The thing itself is the essence of all abuse. And the only reason why the land don't sink under it like Sodom and Gomorrah is because it is used in a way infinitely better than it is. For pity's sake and for shame's sake, because we are men born of women and not savage beasts, many of us do not and dare not. We would scorn to use the full power which our savage laws put into our hands. And he who goes the furthest and does the worst only uses within limits the power that the law gives to him." End of St. Clair's quote. The author still holds to the opinion that slavery in itself, as legally defined in law books and expressed in the records of courts, is the sum and essence of all abuse, and she still clings to the hope that there are many men at the South infinitely better than their laws. And after the reader has read all the extracts which she has to make, for the sake of a common humanity, they will hope the same. The author must state, with regard to some passages which she must quote, that the language of certain enactments was so incredible that she would not take it on the authority of any compilation whatever, but copied it with her own hand from the latest edition of the statute book, where it stood and still stands. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit us at librivox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 2, What is Slavery? The author will now enter into a consideration of slavery as it stands revealed in slave law. What is it according to the definition of law books and of legal interpreters? A slave, says the law of Louisiana, Civil Code, Article 35, is one who is in the power of a master to whom he belongs. The master may sell him, dispose of his person, his industry, and his labor. He can do nothing, possess nothing, nor acquire anything but what must belong to his master. South Carolina says slaves shall be deemed, sold, taken, reputed, and adjudged in law to be chattels personal in the hands of their owners and possessors and their executors, administrators, and assigns, to all intents, constructions, and purposes whatever. 2 Brevard's Digest, 229, Prince's Digest, 446. The law of Georgia is similar. Let the reader reflect on the extent of the meaning of this last clause. Judge Ruffin, pronouncing the opinion of the Supreme Court of North Carolina, says a slave is one doomed in his own person and his posterity to live without knowledge and without the capacity to make anything his own, and to toil that another may reap the fruits. Wheeler's Law of Slavery, 246, State versus Man. This is what slavery is. This is what it is to be a slave. The slave code, then, of the Southern states is designed to keep millions of human beings in the condition of chattels personal, to keep them in a condition in which the master may sell them, dispose of their time, person, and labor, in which they can do nothing, possess nothing, and acquire nothing except for the benefit of the master, in which they are all doomed in themselves and in their posterity to live without knowledge, without the power to make anything their own, to toil that another may reap. The laws of the slave code are designed to work out this problem consistently with the peace of the community and the safety of that superior race which is constantly to perpetrate this outrage. From this simple statement of what the laws of slavery are designed to do, from a consideration that the class thus to be reduced and oppressed and made the subjects of a perpetual robbery are men of like passions with our own, men originally made in the image of God as much as ourselves, men partakers of that same humanity of which Jesus Christ is the highest ideal and expression, when we consider that the material thus to be acted upon is that fearfully explosive element, the soul of man, that soul elastic, upspringing, immortal, whose free will even the omnipotence of God refuses to coerce, we may form some idea of the tremendous force which is necessary to keep this mightiest of elements in a state of repression which is contemplated in the definition of slavery. Of course, the system necessary to consummate and perpetuate such a work from age to age must be a fearfully stringent one, and our readers will find that it is so. Men who make the laws, and men who interpret them, may be fully sensible of their terrible severity and inhumanity. But if they are going to preserve the thing, they have no resource but to make the laws and to execute them faithfully after they are made. They may say, with the Honorable Judge Ruffin of North Carolina, when solemnly from the bench announcing this great foundation principle of slavery, that the power of the master must be absolute to render the submission of the slave perfect. They may say with him, I most freely confess my sense of the harshness of this proposition. I feel it as deeply as any man can, and as a principle of moral right, every person in his retirement must repudiate it. But they will also be obliged to add with him, but in the actual condition of things it must be so. This discipline belongs to the state of slavery. It is inherent in the relation of master and slave. And like Judge Ruffin, men of honor, men of humanity, men of kindest and gentlest feelings are obliged to interpret these severe laws with inflexible severity. In the perpetual reaction of that awful force of human passion and human will, which necessarily meets the compressive power of slavery, In that seething, boiling tide, never wholly repressed, which rolls its volcanic stream underneath the whole framework of society so constituted, ready to find vent at the least rent or fissure or unguarded aperture, there is a constant necessity which urges to severity of law and inflexibility of execution. So Judge Ruffin says, we cannot allow the right of the matter to be brought into discussion in the courts of justice. The slave, to remain a slave, must be made sensible that there is no appeal from his master. End quote. Accordingly, we find in the more southern states, where the slave population is most accumulated, and slave property most necessary and valuable, and of course the determination to abide by the system the most decided, there the enactments are most severe, and the interpretation of courts the most inflexible. Footnote, we except the state of Louisiana. Owing to the influence of the French code in that state, more really humane provisions prevail there. How much these provisions avail in point of fact will be shown when we come to that part of the subject. End of footnote. And when legal decisions of a contrary character begin to be made, it would appear that it is a symptom of leaning towards emancipation. So abhorrent is the slave code to every feeling of humanity that just as soon as there is any hesitancy in the community about perpetuating the institution of slavery, judges begin to listen to the voice of their more honorable nature, and by favorable interpretations to soften its necessary severities. Such decisions do not commend themselves to the professional admiration of legal gentlemen. But in the workings of the slave system, when the irresponsible power which it guarantees comes to be used by men of the most brutal nature, cases sometimes arise for trial where the consistent exposition of the law involves results so loathsome and frightful that the judge prefers to be illogical rather than inhuman. Like a spring outgushing in the desert, some noble man, now and then, from the fullness of his own better nature, throws out a legal decision generously inconsistent with every principle and precedent of slave jurisprudence, and we bless God for it. All we wish is that there were more of them, for then should we hope that a day of redemption was drawing nigh. The reader is now prepared to enter with us on the proof of this proposition that the slave code is designed only for the security of the master and not with regard to the welfare of the slave. This is implied in the whole current of lawmaking and law administration, and is often asserted in distinct form with a precision and clearness of legal accuracy which, in a literary point of view, is quite admirable. Thus, Judge Ruffin, after stating that considerations restricting the power of the master had often been drawn from a comparison of slavery with the relation of parent and child, master and apprentice, tutor and pupil, says distinctly, Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 246, the court does not recognize their application. There is no likeness between the cases. They are in opposition to each other, and there is an impassable gulf between them. Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 239. In the one case, the end in view is the happiness of the youth, born to equal rights with that governor, on whom the duty devolves of training the young to usefulness in a station which he is afterward to assume among freemen. With slavery it is far otherwise. The end is the profit of the master, his security, and the public safety. Not only is this principle distinctly asserted in so many words here, but it is more distinctly implied in multitudes of arguings and reasonings which are given as ground of legal decisions. Even such provisions as seem to be for the benefit of the slave we often find carefully interpreted so as to show that it is only on account of his property value to his master that he is thus protected, and not from any consideration of humanity towards himself. Thus it has been decided that a master can bring no action for assault and battery on his slave unless the injury be such as to produce a loss of service. The spirit in which this question is discussed is worthy of remark. We give a brief statement of the case, as presented in Wheeler, page 239, Cornfute v. Dale, April term, 1800, It was an action for assault and battery committed by Dale on one Cornfute's slave. It was contended by Cornfute's counsel that it was not necessary to prove loss of service in order that the action should be sustained, that an action might be supported for beating plaintiff's horse, and that the lord might have an action for the battery of his villein, which is founded on this principle, that as the villein could not support the action, the injury would be without redress, unless the lord could. On the other side, it was said that Lord Chief Justice Raymond had decided that an assault on a horse was no cause of action, unless accompanied with a special damage of the animal, which would impair his value. Chief Justice Chase decided that no redress could be obtained in the case because the value of the slave had not been impaired, and without injury or wrong to the master, no action could be sustained, and assigned this, among other reasons for it, that there was no reciprocity in the case, as the master was not liable for assault and battery committed by his slave, neither could he gain redress for one committed upon his slave. Let any reader now imagine what an amount of wanton cruelty and indignity may be heaped upon a slave, man or woman or child, without actually impairing their power to do service to the master, and he will have a full sense of the cruelty of this decision. In the same spirit, it has been held in North Carolina that patrols, night watchmen, are not liable to the master for inflicting punishment on the slave unless their conduct clearly demonstrates malice against the master. Tate v. O'Neill, 1 Hawks 418, U.S. Digest Supplement 2, page 797, section 121. And State v. Manor, abbreviation 2 Hills Rep. 453, the cool-bloodedness of some of these legal discussions is forcibly shown by two decisions in Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 243. On the question whether the criminal offense of assault and battery can be committed on a slave, there are two decisions of the two states of South and North Carolina, and it is difficult to say which of these decisions has the preeminence for cool legal inhumanity. That of South Carolina reads thus. Judge O'Neill says, "The criminal offense of assault and battery cannot, at common law, be committed upon the person of a slave. For notwithstanding, for some purposes, a slave is regarded by law as a person, yet generally he is mere chattel personal, and his right of personal protection belongs to his master, who can maintain an action of trespass for the battery of his slave. There can be, therefore, no offense against the state for a mere beating of a slave, unaccompanied with any circumstance of cruelty, or an attempt to kill and murder. The peace of the state is not thereby broken, for a slave is not generally regarded as legally capable of being within the peace of the state. He is not a citizen, and is not that the character entitled to her protection?" End quote. What declaration of the utter indifference of the state to the sufferings of the slave could be more elegantly cool and clear? But in North Carolina it appears that the case is argued still more elaborately. In State v. Hale, Wheeler, page 239, Chief Justice Taylor thus shows that after all there are reasons why an assault and battery upon the slave may on the whole have some such general connection with the comfort and security of the community, that it may be construed into a breach of the peace and should be treated as an indictable offense. Quoting the Revised Code 448, "The instinct of a slave may be, and generally is, tamed into subservience to his master's will, and from him he receives chastisement, whether it be merited or not, with perfect submission. For he knows the extent of the dominion assumed over him, and that the law ratifies the claim. But when the same authority is wantonly usurped by a stranger, nature is disposed to assert her rights, and to prompt the slave to a resistance, often momentarily successful, sometimes fatally so. The public peace is thus broken, as much as if a free man had been beaten, for the party of the aggressor is always the strongest, and such contests usually terminate by overpowering the slave and inflicting on him a severe chastisement without regard to the original cause of the conflict. There is, consequently, as much reason for making such offenses indictable as if a white man had been the victim. A wanton injury committed on a slave is a great provocation to the owner, awakens his resentment, and has a direct tendency to a breach of the peace by inciting him to seek immediate vengeance. If resented in the heat of blood, it would probably extenuate a homicide to manslaughter, upon the same principle with the case stated by Lord Hale, that if A, riding on the road, B had whipped his horse out of the track, and then A had alighted and killed B. These offenses are usually committed by men of dissolute habits, hanging loose upon society, who, being repelled from association with well-disposed citizens, take refuge in the company of colored persons and slaves, whom they deprave by their example, emboldened by their familiarity, and then beat under the expectation that a slave dare not resent a blow from a white man. If such offenses may be committed with impunity, the public peace will not only be rendered extremely insecure, but the value of slave property must be much impaired, for the offenders can seldom make any reparation in damages. Nor is it necessary, in any case, that a person who has received an injury, real or imaginary, from a slave, should carve out his own justice. For the law has made ample and summary provision for the punishment of all trivial offenses committed by slaves, by carrying them before a justice who is authorized to pass sentence for their being publicly whipped. This provision, while it excludes the necessity of private vengeance, would seem to forbid its legality, since it effectually protects all persons from the insolence of slaves, even where their masters are unwilling to correct them upon complaint being made. The common law has often been called into efficient operation for the punishment of public cruelty afflicted upon animals, for needless and wanton barbarity exercised even by masters upon their slaves, and for various violations of decency, morals, and comfort. Reason and analogy seem to require that a human being, although the subject of property, should be so far protected as the public might be injured through him. For all purposes necessary to enforce the obedience of the slave and to render him useful as property, the law secures to the master a complete authority over him, and it will not lightly interfere with the relation thus established. It is a more effectual guarantee of his right of property when the slave is protected from wanton abuse from those who have no power over him, for it cannot be disputed that a slave is rendered less capable of performing his master's service when he finds himself exposed by the law to the capricious violence of every turbulent man in the community." End quote. If this is not a scrupulous disclaimer of all humane intention in the decision as far as the slave is concerned, and an explicit declaration that he is protected only out of regard to the comfort of the community and his property value to his master, it is difficult to see how such a declaration could be made. After all this cool-blooded course of remark, it is somewhat curious to come upon the following, certainly most unexpected declaration, which occurs in the very next paragraph. Quote, "Mitigated as slavery is by the humanity of our laws, the refinement of manners, and by public opinion, which revolts at every instance of cruelty towards them, it would be an anomaly in the system of police which affects them if the offense stated in the verdict were not indictable." End quote. The reader will please to notice that this remarkable declaration is made of the state of North Carolina. We shall have occasion again to refer to it by and by, when we extract from the statute book of North Carolina some specimens of these humane laws. In the same spirit, it is decided under the law of Louisiana that if an individual injures another's slave so as to make him entirely useless, and the owner recovers from him the full value of the slave by that act becomes thenceforth the property of the person who injured him. A decision to this effect is given in Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 249. A woman sued for an injury done her slave by the slave of the defendant. The injury was such as to render him entirely useless, his only eye being put out. The parish court decreed that she should recover $1,200, that the defendant should pay a further sum of $25 a month from the time of the injury, also the physician's bill, and $200 for the sustenance of the slave during his life, and that he should remain forever in the possession of his mistress. Jourdain v. Patton, July term, 1818. The case was appealed. The judge reversed the decision and delivered the slave into the possession of the man whose slave had committed the outrage. In the course of the decision, the judge remarks, with that calm legal explicitness for which many decisions of this kind are remarkable, that, quote, the principle of humanity which would lead us to suppose that the mistress whom he had long served would treat her miserable blind slave with more kindness than the defendant, to whom the judgment ought to transfer him, cannot be taken into consideration in deciding this case. End quote. Another case reported in Wheeler's Law, page 198, the author thus summarily abridges. It is Dorothea v. Coquelin et al. A young girl, by will of her mistress, was to have her freedom at 21, and it was required by the will that in the meantime she should be educated in such a manner as to enable her to earn her living when free, her services in the meantime being bequeathed to the daughter of the defendant. Her mother, a free woman, entered complaint that no care was taken of the child's education, and that she was cruelly treated. The prayer of the petition was that the child be declared free at 21, and in the meantime hired out by the sheriff. The suit was decided against the mother on this ground, that she could not sue for her daughter in a case where the daughter could not sue for herself were she of age, the object of the suit being relief from ill treatment during the time of her slavery, which a slave cannot sue for. End quote. Observe now the following case of Jennings v. Funderburg. It seems Jennings brings an action of trespass against Funderburg for killing his slave. The case was thus. Funderburg, with others, being out hunting runaway Negroes, surprised them in their camp, and, as the report says, fired his gun towards them as they were running away to induce them to stop. One of them, being shot through the head, was thus induced to stop, and the master of the boy brought action for trespass against the firer for killing his slave. The decision of the inferior court was as follows. The court, quote, thought the killing accidental, and that the defendant ought not to be made answerable as a trespasser. When one is lawfully interfering with the property of another and accidentally destroys it, he is no trespasser, and ought not to be answerable for the value of the property. In this case, the defendant was engaged in a lawful and meritorious service, and if he really fired his gun in the manner stated, it was an allowable act. End quote. The superior judge reversed the decision on the ground that in dealing with another person's property, one is responsible for any injury which he could have avoided by any degree of circumspection. The firing was rash and incautious. End quote. Does not the whole spirit of this discussion speak for itself? See also the very next case in Wheeler's Law, Richardson v. Dukes, page 202. Quote, trespass for killing the plaintiff's slave. It appeared the slave was stealing potatoes from a bank near the defendant's house. The defendant fired upon him with a gun loaded with buckshot and killed him. The jury found a verdict for the plaintiff for $1. Motion for a new trial. The court, not J, held there must be a new trial, that the jury ought to have given the plaintiff the value of the slave, that if the jury were of opinion the slave was of bad character, some deduction from the usual price ought to be made, but the plaintiff was certainly entitled to his actual damage for killing his slave. Where property is in question, the value of the article, as nearly as it can be ascertained, furnishes a rule from which they are not at liberty to depart." End quote. It seems that the value of this unfortunate piece of property was somewhat reduced from the circumstances of his stealing potatoes. Doubtless he had his own best reasons for this, so at least we should infer from the following remark, which occurs in one of the reasonings of Judge Taylor of North Carolina, Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 220. Quote, "The Act of 1786, Iredell's Revisal, page 588, does, in the preamble, recognize the fact that many persons, by cruel treatment to their slaves, cause them to commit crimes for which they are executed. The cruel treatment here alluded to must consist in withholding from them the necessaries of life, and the crimes thus resulting are such as are calculated to furnish them with food and raiment." End quote. Perhaps stealing potatoes in this case was one of the class of crimes alluded to. Again, we have the following case. Whitzel v. Ernest and Parker, Wheeler's Law, page 202. Quote, "The defendants went to the plantation of Mrs. Whitzel for the purpose of hunting for runaway Negroes, there being many in the neighborhood, and the place in considerable alarm. As they approached the house with loaded guns, a Negro ran from the house, or near the house, towards a swamp, when they fired and killed him. The judge charged the jury that such circumstances might exist, by the excitement and alarm of the neighborhood, as to authorize the killing of a Negro without the sanction of a magistrate." End quote. This decision was reversed in the Superior Court in the following language. Quote, "By the statute of 1740, any white man may apprehend and moderately correct any slave who may be found out of the plantation at which he is employed, and if the slave assaults the white person, he may be killed. But a slave who is merely flying away cannot be killed, nor can the defendants be justified by common law if we consider the Negro as a person, for they were not clothed with the authority of the law to apprehend him as a felon, and without such authority he could not be killed." End quote. "If we consider the Negro a person," says the judge, and from his decision in this case he evidently intimates that he has a strong leaning to this opinion, though it has been contested by so many eminent legal authorities that he puts forth his sentiment modestly and in a hypothetical form. The reader perhaps will need to be informed that the question whether the slave is to be considered a person or a human being in any respect has been extensively and ably argued on both sides in legal courts, and it may be a comfort to know that the balance of legal opinion inclines in favor of the slave. Judge Clark of Mississippi is quite clear on the point and argues very ably and earnestly, though, as he confesses, against very respectable legal authorities, that the slave is a person, that he is a reasonable creature. The reasoning occurs in the case State of Mississippi versus Jones, and is worthy of attention as a literary curiosity. It seems that a case of murder of a slave had been clearly made out and proved in the lower court, and that judgment was arrested and the case appealed on the ground whether, in that state, murder could be committed on a slave. Judge Clark thus ably and earnestly argues, quote, "The question in this case is whether murder can be committed on a slave. Because individuals may have been deprived of many of their rights by society, it does not follow that they have been deprived of all their rights. In some respects, slaves may be considered as chattels, but in others they are regarded as men. The law views them as capable of committing crimes. This can only be upon the principle that they are men and rational beings. The Roman law has been much relied on by the counsel of the defendant. That law was confined to the Roman Empire, giving the power of life and death over captives in war as slaves, but it no more extended here than the similar power given to parents over the lives of their children. Much stress has also been laid by the defendant's counsel on the case cited from Taylor's reports, decided in North Carolina. Yet in that case 2 judges against 1 were of opinion that killing a slave was murder. Judge Hall, who delivered the dissenting opinion in the above case, based his conclusions, as we conceive, upon erroneous principles, by considering the laws of Rome applicable here. His inference also that a person cannot be condemned capitally because he may be liable in a civil action is not sustained by reason or authority, but appears to us to be in direct opposition to both. At a very early period in Virginia, the power of life over slaves was given by statute, but Tucker observes that as soon as these statutes were repealed, it was at once considered by their courts that the killing of a slave might be murder. Commonwealth versus Dolly Chapman, indictment for maliciously stabbing a slave under the statute. It has been determined in Virginia that slaves are persons. In the Constitution of the United States, slaves are expressly designated as persons. In this state, the legislature have considered slaves as reasonable and accountable beings, and it would be a stigma upon the character of the state and a reproach to the administration of justice if the life of a slave could be taken with impunity, or if he could be murdered in cold blood without subjecting the offender to the highest penalty known to the criminal jurisprudence of the country. Has the slave no rights because he is deprived of his freedom? He is still a human being and possesses all of those rights of which he is not deprived by the positive provisions of the law. But in vain shall we look for any law passed by the enlightened and philanthropic legislature of this state, given even to the master, much less to a stranger, power over the life of a slave. Such a statute would be worthy the age of Draco or Caligula, and would be condemned by the unanimous voice of the people of this state, where even cruelty to slaves, much more the taking away of life, meets with universal reprobation. By the provisions of our law, a slave may commit murder and be punished with death. Why, then, is it not murder to kill the slave? Can a mere chattel commit murder and be subject to punishment? The right of the master exists not by force of the law of nature or nations, but by virtue only of the positive law of the state. And although that gives to the master the right to command the services of the slave, requiring the master to feed and clothe the slave from infancy till death, yet it gives the master no right to take the life of the slave, and if the offense be not murder, it is not a crime, and subjects the offender to no punishment. The taking away the life of a reasonable creature under the king's peace with malice aforethought, expressed or implied, is murder at common law. Is not a slave a reasonable creature? Is he not a human being? And the meaning of this phrase, reasonable creature, is a human being. For the killing a lunatic, an idiot, or even a child unborn is murder, as much as the killing a philosopher, and has not the slave as much reason as a lunatic, an idiot, or an unborn child? End quote. Thus triumphantly in this 19th century of the Christian era, and in the state of Mississippi, has it been made to appear that the slave is a reasonable creature, a human being. What sort of a system, what sort of a public sentiment was that which made this argument necessary? And let us look at some of the admissions of this argument with regard to the nature of slavery. According to the judge, it is depriving human beings of many of their rights. Thus he says, quote, because individuals may have been deprived of many of their rights by society, it does not follow that they have been deprived of all of their rights. Again he says of the slave, he is still a human being and possesses all those rights of which he is not deprived by the positive provisions of the law, end quote. Here he admits that the provisions of the law deprive the slave of natural rights. Again he says, quote, the right of the master exists not by force of the law of nature or of nations, but by virtue only of the positive law of the state, end quote. According to the decision of this judge, therefore, slavery exists by the same right that robbery or oppression of any kind does, the right of ability. A gang of robbers associated into a society have rights over all the neighboring property they can acquire of precisely the same kind. With the same unconscious serenity does the law apply that principle of force and robbery which is the essence of slavery, and show how far the master may proceed in appropriating another human being as his property. The question arises, may a master give a woman to one person and her unborn children to another one? Let us hear the case argued. Wheeler, page 28, Banks, Administrator v. Marksbury, Spring, T., 1823. The unfortunate mother selected as the test point of this interesting legal principle comes to our view in the will of one Samuel Marksbury, under the style and denomination of My Negro Wench Pen. Said Samuel states in his will that for the good will and love he bears to his own children, he gives said Negro wench Pen to son Samuel, and all her future increase to daughter Rachel. When daughter Rachel therefore marries, her husband sets up a claim for this increase, as it is stated quite offhand that the wench had several children. Here comes a beautifully interesting case, quite stimulating to legal acumen. Inferior court decides that Samuel Marksbury could not have given away unborn children on the strength of the legal maxim, nemo dat quod non habet, i.e., nobody can give what he has not got, which certainly one should think sensible and satisfactory enough. The case, however, is appealed and reversed in the Superior Court, and now let us hear the reasoning. The judge acknowledges the force of the maxim above quoted, says, as one would think any man might say, that it is quite a correct maxim, the only difficulty being that it does not at all apply to the present case. Let us hear him. Quote, he who is the absolute owner of a thing owns all of its faculties for profit or increase, and he may, no doubt, grant the profits or increase as well as the thing itself. Thus it is every day's practice to grant the future rents or profits of real estate, and it is held that a man may grant the wool of a flock of sheep for years. End quote. See also page 33, Fanny v. Bryant, 4, J.J. Marshall's Report, 368. In this, almost precisely the same language is used. If the reader will proceed, he will find also this principle applied with equal clearness to the hiring, selling, mortgaging of unborn children, and the perfect legal nonchalance of these discussions is only comparable to running a dissecting knife through the course of all the heartstrings of a living subject for the purpose of demonstrating the laws of nervous contraction. Judge Stroud, in his sketch of the slave laws, page 99, lays down for proof the following assertion, that the penal code of the slave states bears much more severely on slaves than on white persons. He introduces his consideration of this proposition by the following humane and sensible remarks. Quote, a being ignorant of letters, unenlightened by religion, and deriving but little instruction from good example, cannot be supposed to have right conceptions as to the nature and extent of moral or political obligations. This remark, with but a slight qualification, is applicable to the condition of the slave. It has been just shown that the benefits of education are not conferred upon him, while his chance of acquiring a knowledge of the precepts of the gospel is so remote as scarcely to be appreciated. He may be regarded, therefore, as almost without the capacity to comprehend the force of laws, and on this account such as are designed for his government should be recommended by their simplicity and mildness. His condition suggests another motive for tenderness on his behalf in these particulars. He is unable to read, and holding little or no communication with those who are better informed than himself, how is he to become acquainted with the fact that a law for his observance has been made? To exact obedience to a law which has not been promulgated, which is unknown to the subject of it, has ever been deemed most unjust and tyrannical. The reign of Caligula, were it obnoxious to no other reproach than this, would never cease to be remembered with abhorrence. The lawgivers of the slaveholding states seem, in the formation of their penal codes, to have been uninfluenced by these claims of the slave upon their compassionate consideration. The hardened convict moves their sympathy and is to be taught the laws before he is expected to obey them, yet the guiltless slave is subjected to an extensive system of cruel enactments, of no part of which probably has he ever heard. Parts of this system apply to the slave exclusively, and for every infraction a large retribution is demanded, while with respect to offenses for which whites as well as slaves are amenable, punishments of much greater severity are inflicted upon the latter than upon the former." End quote. This heavy charge of Judge Stroud is sustained by 20 pages of proof, showing the very great disproportion between the number of offenses made capital for slaves and those that are so for whites. Concerning this, we find the following cool remark in Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 222. Note: "Much has been said of the disparity of punishment between the white inhabitants and the slaves and Negroes of the same state, that slaves are punished with much more severity for the commission of similar crimes by white persons than the latter. The charge is undoubtedly true to a considerable extent. It must be remembered that the primary object of the enactment of penal laws is the protection and security of those who make them. The slave has no agency in making them. He is indeed one cause of the apprehended evils to the other class, which those laws are expected to remedy. That he should be held amenable for a violation of those rules established for the security of the other is the natural result of the state in which he is placed, and the severity of those rules will always bear a relation to that danger, real or ideal, of the other class. It has been so among all nations and will ever continue to be so while the disparity between bond and free remains." End quote. A striking example of a legal decision to this purport is given in Wheeler's Law of Slavery, page 224. The case, apart from legal technicalities, may be thus briefly stated. The defendant, man, had hired a slave woman for a year. During this time the slave committed some slight offense for which the defendant undertook to chastise her. While in the act of doing so, the slave ran off, whereat he shot at and wounded her. The judge in the inferior court charged the jury that if they believed the punishment was cruel and unwarrantable and disproportioned to the offense, in law the defendant was guilty, as he had only a special property in the slave. The jury, finding evidence that the punishment had been cruel, unwarrantable, and disproportioned to the offense, found the verdict against the defendant. But on what ground? Because, according to the law of North Carolina, cruel, unwarrantable, disproportionate punishment of a slave from a master is an indictable offense? No. They decided against the defendant, not because the punishment was cruel and unwarrantable, but because he was not the person who had the right to inflict it, as he had only special right of property in the slave. End quote. The defendant appealed to a higher court, and the decision was reversed on the ground that the hirer has for the time being all the rights of the master. The remarks of Judge Ruffin are so characteristic and so strongly express the conflict between the feelings of the humane judge and the logical necessity of a strict interpreter of slave law that we shall quote largely from it. One cannot but admire the unflinching calmness with which a man, evidently possessed of honorable and humane feelings, walks through the most extreme and terrible results and conclusions in obedience to the laws of legal truth. Thus he says, quote, "A judge cannot but lament when such cases as the present are brought into judgment. It is impossible that the reasons on which they go can be appreciated but where institutions similar to our own exist and are thoroughly understood. The struggle, too, in the judge's own breast between the feelings of the man and the duty of the magistrate is a severe one, presenting strong temptation to put aside such questions if it be possible. It is useless, however, to complain of things inherent in our political state, and it is criminal in a court to avoid any responsibility which the laws impose. With whatever reluctance, therefore, it is done, the court is compelled to express an opinion upon the extent of the dominion of the master over the slave in North Carolina. The indictment charges a battery on Lydia, a slave of Elizabeth Jones. The inquiry here is whether a cruel and unreasonable battery on a slave by the hirer is indictable. The judge below instructed the jury that it is. He seems to have put it on the ground that the defendant had but a special property. Our laws uniformly treat the master or other person having the possession and command of the slave as entitled to the same extent of authority. The object is the same, the service of the slave, and the same powers must be confided. In a criminal proceeding, and indeed in reference to all other persons but the general owner, the hirer and possessor of the slave, in relation to both rights and duties, is for the time being the owner. But upon the general question whether the owner is answerable criminaliter for a battery upon his own slave, or other exercise of authority of force not forbidden by statute, the court entertains but little doubt. That he is so liable has never been decided, nor, as far as is known, been hitherto contended. There has been no prosecution of the sort. The established habits and uniform practice of the country, in this respect, is the best evidence of the portion of power deemed by the whole community requisite to the preservation of the master's dominion. If we thought differently, we could not set our notions in array against the judgment of everybody else, and say that this or that authority may be safely lopped off. This has indeed been assimilated at the bar to the other domestic relations, and arguments drawn from the well-established principles which confer and restrain the authority of the parent over the child, the tutor over the pupil, the master over the apprentice, have been pressed on us. The court does not recognize their application. There is no likeness between these cases. They are in opposition to each other, and there is an impassable gulf between them. The difference is that which exists between freedom and slavery, and a greater cannot be imagined. In the one, the end in view is the happiness of the youth born to equal rights with that governor on whom the duty devolves of training the young to usefulness in a station which he is afterwards to assume among freemen. To such an end, and with such a subject, moral and intellectual instruction seem the natural means, and for the most part they are found to suffice. Moderate force is superadded only to make the others effectual. If that fail, it is better to leave the party to his own headstrong passions and the ultimate correction of the law than to allow it to be immoderately inflicted by a private person. With slavery it is far otherwise. The end is the profit of the master, his security, and the public safety. The subject, one doomed in his own person and his posterity to live without knowledge and without the capacity to make anything his own, and to toil that another may reap the fruits. What moral considerations shall be addressed to such a being to convince him what it is impossible, but that the most stupid must feel and know can never be true, that he is thus to labor upon the principle of natural duty, or for the sake of his own personal happiness? Such services can only be expected from one who has no will of his own, who surrenders his will in implicit obedience to that of another. Such obedience is the consequence only of uncontrolled authority over the body. There is nothing else which can operate to produce the effect. The power of the master must be absolute to render the submission of the slave perfect. I most freely confess my sense of the harshness of this proposition. I feel it as deeply as any man can, and as a principle of moral right, every person in his retirement must repudiate it. But in the actual condition of things, it must be so. There is no remedy. This discipline belongs to the state of slavery. They cannot be disunited without abrogating at once the right of the master and absolving the slave from his subjection. It constitutes the curse of slavery to both the bond and the free portions of our population, but it is inherent in the relation of master and slave. That there may be particular instances of cruelty and deliberate barbarity, where in conscience the law might properly interfere, is most probable. The difficulty is to determine where a court may properly begin. Merely in the abstract, it may well be asked which power of the master accords with right. The answer will probably sweep away all of them. But we cannot look at the matter in that light. The truth is that we are forbidden to enter upon a train of general reasoning on the subject. We cannot allow the right of the master to be brought into discussion in the courts of justice. The slave, to remain a slave, must be made sensible that there is no appeal from his master, that his power is in no instance usurped, but is conferred by the laws of man, at least, if not by the law of God. The danger would be great indeed if the tribunals of justice should be called upon to graduate the punishment appropriate to every temper and every dereliction of menial duty. No man can anticipate the many and aggravated provocations of the master, which the slave would be constantly stimulated by his own passions or the instigation of others to give, or the consequent wrath of the master, prompting him to bloody vengeance upon the turbulent traitor, a vengeance generally practiced with impunity by reason of its privacy. The court, therefore, disclaims the power of changing the relation in which these parts of our people stand to each other. I repeat that I would gladly have avoided this ungrateful question. But being brought to it, the court is compelled to declare that while slavery exists amongst us in its present state, or until it shall seem fit to the legislature to interpose express enactments to the contrary, it will be the imperative duty of the judges to recognize the full dominion of the owner over the slave, except where the exercise of it is forbidden by statute. And this we do upon the ground that this dominion is essential to the value of slaves as property, to the security of the master, and the public tranquillity, greatly dependent upon their subordination, and, in fine, as most effectually securing the general protection and comfort of the slaves themselves. Judgment below reversed, and judgment entered for the defendant. End quote. No one can read this decision, so fine and clear in expression, so dignified and solemn in its earnestness, and so dreadful in its results, without feeling at once deep respect for the man and horror for the system. The man, judging him from this short specimen, has one of the high order of minds which looks straight through all verbiage and sophistry to the heart of every subject which it encounters. He has, too, that noble scorn of dissimulation, that straightforward determination not to call a bad thing by a good name, even when most popular and reputable and legal, which it is to be wished could be more frequently seen both in our northern and southern states. There is but one sole regret, and that is that such a man with such a mind should have been merely an expositor and not a reformer of law. The author has met with a passage in a North Carolina newspaper containing some further particulars of the life of Judge Ruffin, which have proved interesting to her and may also to the reader. From the Raleigh, North Carolina Register, resignation of the Chief Justice of the State of North Carolina. We publish below the letter of Chief Justice Ruffin of the Supreme Court resigning his seat on the bench. This act takes us, and no less will it take the state, by surprise. The public are not prepared for it, and we doubt not there will scarcely be an exception to the deep and general regret which will be felt throughout the state. Judge Ruffin's great and unsurpassed legal learning, his untiring industry, the ease with which he mastered the details and comprehended the whole of the most complicated cases, were the admiration of the bar, and it has been a common saying of the ablest lawyers of the state for a long time past that his place on the bench could be supplied by no other than himself. He is now, as we learn, in the 65th year of his age, in full possession of his usual excellent health, unaffected, so far as we can discover, in his natural vigor and strength, and certainly without any symptom of mental decay. 45 years ago he commenced the practice of the law. He has been on the bench 28 years, of which time he has been one of the Supreme Court 23 years. During this long public career, he has, in a pecuniary point of view, sacrificed many thousands, for there has been no time of it in which he might not with perfect ease have doubled by practice the amount of his salary as a judge. Here is his letter. To the Honorable and General Assembly of North Carolina, now in session. Gentlemen, I desire to retire to the walks of private life, and therefore pray your honorable body to accept the resignation of my place on the bench of the Supreme Court. In surrendering this trust, I would wish to express my grateful sense of the confidence and honors so often and so long bestowed on me by the General Assembly, but I have no language to do it suitably. I am very sensible that they were far beyond my deserts, and that I have made an insufficient return of the service. Yet I can truly aver that to the best of my ability I have administered the law as I understood it, and to the ends of suppressing crime and wrong, and upholding virtue, truth, and right, aiming to give confidence to honest men, and to confirm in all good citizens love for our country, and a pure trust in her law and magistrates. In my place, I hope I have contributed to these ends, and I firmly believe that our laws will, as heretofore, be executed, and our people happy in the administration of justice, honest and contented, as long as they keep, and only so long as they keep, the independent and sound judiciary now established in the Constitution, which, with all other blessings, I earnestly pray may be perpetuated to the people of North Carolina. I have the honor to be, gentlemen, your most obliged and obedient servant, Thomas Ruffin. Raleigh, November 10th, 1852. This ends Part 2, Chapter 2, What is Slavery? Part 2, Chapter 3 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit us at LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Souther versus the Commonwealth, the ne plus ultra of legal humanity. Quote from the Courier and Inquirer. Yet in the face of such laws and decisions as these, Mrs. Stowe, and etc. The case of Souther versus the Commonwealth has been cited by the Courier and Inquirer as a particularly favorable specimen of judicial proceedings under the Slave Code, with the following remark, quote, and yet in the face of such laws and decisions as these, Mrs. Stowe winds up a long series of cruelties upon her other black personages by causing her faultless hero Tom to be literally whipped to death in Louisiana by his master Legree, and these acts which the laws make criminal and punish as such she sets forth in the most repulsive colors to illustrate the institution of slavery. End quote. By the above language, this author was led into the supposition that this case had been conducted in a manner so creditable to the feelings of our common humanity as to present a fairer side of criminal jurisprudence in this respect. She accordingly took the pains to procure a report of the case, designing to publish it as an offset to the many barbarities which research into this branch of the subject obliges one to unfold. A legal gentleman has copied the case from Grattan's reports, and it is here given. If the reader is astounded at it, he cannot be more so than was this writer. Quote, Souther versus the Commonwealth, 7 Grattan, 673, 1851. The killing of a slave by his master and owner, by willful and excessive whipping, is murder in the first degree, though it may not have been the purpose and intention of the master and owner to kill the slave. Simeon Souther was indicted at the October term, 1850, of the Circuit Court for the County of Hanover for the murder of his own slave. The indictment contained 15 counts in which the various modes of punishment and torture by which the homicide was charged to have been committed were stated singly and in various combinations. The 15th count unites them all, and as the count certifies that the indictment was sustained by the evidence, and giving the facts stated in that count, will show what was the charge against the prisoner and what was the proof to sustain it. The count charged that on the first day of September, 1849, the prisoner tied his Negro slave Sam with ropes about his wrists, neck, body, legs, and ankles to a tree, that whilst so tied, the prisoner first whipped the slave with switches, that he next beat and cobbled the slave with a shingle, and compelled two of his slaves, a man and a woman, also to cob the deceased with the shingle, that whilst the deceased was so tied to a tree, the prisoner did strike, knock, kick, stamp, and beat him upon various parts of his head, face, and body, that he applied fire to his body, that he then washed his body with warm water, in which pods of red pepper had been put and steeped, and he compelled his two slaves aforesaid also to wash him with the same preparation of warm water and red pepper. That after the tying, whipping, cobbing, striking, beating, knocking, kicking, stamping, wounding, bruising, lacerating, burning, washing, and torturing, as aforesaid, the prisoner untied the deceased from the tree in such a way as to throw him with violence to the ground, and he then and there did knock, kick, stamp, and beat the deceased upon his head, temples, and various parts of his body. That the prisoner then had the deceased carried into a shed room of his house, and there he compelled one of his slaves, in his presence, to confine the deceased's feet in stocks by making his legs fast to a piece of timber, and to tie a rope about the neck of the deceased, and fasten it to a bedpost in the room, thereby strangling, choking, and suffocating the deceased. And that whilst the deceased was thus made fast in stocks as aforesaid, the prisoner did kick, knock, stamp, and beat him upon his head, face, breast, belly, sides, back, and body, and he again compelled his two slaves to apply fire to the body of the deceased, whilst he was so made fast as aforesaid. And the count charged that from these various modes of punishment and torture the slave Sam then and there died. It appeared that the prisoner commenced the punishment of the deceased in the morning, and that it was continued throughout the day, and that the deceased died in the presence of the prisoner and one of his slaves and one of the witnesses, whilst the punishment was still progressing. Field J. delivered the opinion of the court. The prisoner was indicted and convicted of murder in the second degree in the Circuit Court of Hanover at its April term last past, and was sentenced to the penitentiary for 5 years, the period of time ascertained by the jury. The murder consisted in the killing of a Negro man-slave by the name of Sam, the property of the prisoner, by cruel and excessive whipping and torture inflicted by Souther, aided by two of his other slaves, on the first day of September, 1849. The prisoner moved for a new trial upon the ground that the offense, if any, amounted only to manslaughter. The motion for a new trial was overruled, and a bill of exceptions taken to the opinion of the court, setting forth the facts proved, or as many of them as were deemed material for the consideration of the application for a new trial. The bill of exceptions states that the slave Sam, in the indictment mentioned, was the slave and property of the prisoner, that for the purpose of chastising the slave for the offense of getting drunk, and dealing as the slave confessed and alleged with Henry and Stone, two of the witnesses for the Commonwealth, he caused him to be tied and punished in the presence of said witnesses, with the exception of slight whipping with peach and apple tree switches before the said witnesses arrived at the scene, after they were sent for by the prisoner, who were present by request from the defendant, and of several slaves of the prisoner, in the manner and by the means charged in the indictment, and the said slave died under and from the infliction of the said punishment, in the presence of the prisoner, one of his slaves, and of one of the witnesses for the Commonwealth. But it did not appear that it was the design of the prisoner to kill the said slave, unless such design be properly inferable from the manner, means, and duration of the punishment. And on the contrary, it did appear that the prisoner frequently declared, while the said slave was undergoing the punishment, that he believed the said slave was feigning and pretending to be suffering and injured when he was not. The judge certifies that the slave was punished in the manner and by the means charged in the indictment, The indictment contains 15 counts and sets forth a case of the most cruel and excessive whipping and torture. It is believed that the records of criminal jurisprudence do not contain a case of more atrocious and wicked cruelty than was presented upon the trial of Souther, and yet it has been gravely and earnestly contended here by his counsel that his offense amounts to manslaughter only. It has been contended by the counsel of the prisoner that a man cannot be indicted and prosecuted for the cruel and excessive whipping of his own slave, that it is lawful for the master to chastise his slave, and that if death ensues from such chastisement, unless it was intended to produce death, it is like the case of homicide, which is committed by a man in the performance of a lawful act, which is manslaughter only. It has been decided by this court in Turner's case, 5 Rand, that the owner of a slave for the malicious, cruel, and excessive beating of his own slave cannot be indicted. Yet it by no means follows, when such malicious, cruel, and excessive beating results in death, though not intended and premeditated, that the beating is to be regarded as lawful for the purpose of reducing the crime to manslaughter, when the whipping is inflicted for the sole purpose of chastisement. It is the policy of the law, in respect to the relation of master and slave, and for the sake of securing proper subordination and obedience on the part of the slave, to protect the master from prosecution in all such cases, even if the whipping and punishment be malicious, cruel, and excessive. But in so inflicting punishment for the sake of punishment, the owner of the slave acts at his peril, and if death ensues in consequence of such punishment, the relation of master and slave affords no ground of excuse or palliation. The principles of the common law in relation to homicide apply to his case without qualification or exception, and according to those principles, the act of the prisoner in the case under consideration amounted to murder. The crime of the prisoner is not manslaughter, but murder in the first degree. End quote. On the case now presented, there are some remarks to be made. This scene of torture, it seems, occupied about 12 hours. It occurred in the state of Virginia, in the county of Hanover. 2 white men were witnesses to nearly the whole proceeding, and so far as we can see, made no effort to arouse the neighborhood and bring in help to stop the outrage. What sort of an education, what habits of thought does this presuppose in these men? The case was brought to trial. It requires no ordinary nerve to read over the counts of this indictment. Nobody, one would suppose, would willingly read them twice. One would think that it would have laid a cold hand of horror on every heart, that the community would have risen by a universal sentiment to shake out the man as Paul shook the viper from his hand. It seems, however, that they were quite self-possessed, that lawyers calmly sat and examined and cross-examined on particulars known before only in the records of the Inquisition, that it was ably and earnestly argued by educated, intelligent American men that this catalogue of horrors did not amount to a murder, and in the cool language of legal precision that the offense, if any, amounted to manslaughter, and that an American jury found that the offense was murder in the second degree. Anyone who reads the indictment will certainly think that if this be murder in the second degree in Virginia, one might earnestly pray to be murdered in the first degree to begin with. Had Souther walked up to the man and shot him through the head with a pistol before white witnesses, that would have been murder in the first degree. As he preferred to spend 12 hours in killing him by torture under the name of chastisement, that, says the verdict, is murder in the second degree, because, says the Bill of Exceptions with admirable coolness, it did not appear that it was the design of the prisoner to kill the slave, unless such design be properly inferable from the manner, means, and duration of the punishment. The bill evidently seems to have a leaning to the idea that 12 hours spent in beating, stamping, scalding, burning, and mutilating a human being might possibly be considered as presumption of something beyond the limits of lawful chastisement. So startling an opinion, however, is expressed cautiously and with a becoming diffidence, and is balanced by the very striking fact, which is also quoted in this remarkable paper, that the prisoner frequently declared, while the slave was undergoing the punishment, that he believed the slave was feigning and pretending to be suffering when he was not. This view appears to have struck the court as eminently probable, as going a long way to prove the propriety of Souther's intentions, making it at least extremely probable that only correction was intended. It seems also that Souther, so far from being crushed by the united opinion of the community, found those to back him who considered 5 years in the penitentiary an unjust severity for his crime, and hence the bill of exceptions from which we have quoted, and the appeal to the Superior Court, and hence the form in which the case stands in law books, Souther versus the Commonwealth. Souther evidently considers himself an ill-used man, and it is in this character that he appears before the Superior Court. As yet there has been no particular overflow of humanity in the treatment of the case. The manner in which it has been discussed so far reminds one of nothing so much as of some discussions which the reader may have seen quoted from the records of the Inquisition with regard to the propriety of roasting the feet of children who have not arrived at the age of 13 years with a view of eliciting evidence. Let us now come to the decision of the Superior Court, which the editor of the Courier and Inquirer thinks so particularly enlightened and humane. Judge Field thinks that the case is a very atrocious one, and in this respect he seems to differ materially from judge, jury, and lawyers of the court below. Furthermore, he doubts whether the annals of jurisprudence furnish a case of equal atrocity, wherein certainly he appears to be not far wrong, and he also states unequivocally the principle that killing a slave by torture, under the name of correction, is murder in the first degree. And here, too, certainly, everybody will think that he is also right, the only wonder being that any man could ever have been called to express such an opinion judicially. But he states, quite as unequivocally as Judge Ruffin, that awful principle of slave laws, that the law cannot interfere with the master for any amount of torture inflicted on his slave which does not result in death. The decision, if it establishes anything, establishes this principle quite as strongly as it does the other. Let us hear the words of the decision. Quote, "It has been decided by this court, in Turner's case, that the owner of a slave, for the malicious, cruel, and excessive beating of his own slave, cannot be indicted. It is the policy of the law in respect to the relation of master and slave, and for the sake of securing proper subordination and obedience on the part of the slave, to protect the master from prosecution in all such cases, even if the whipping and punishment be malicious, cruel, and excessive." End quote. What follows as a corollary from this remarkable declaration is this, that if the victim of this 12-hour torture had only possessed a little stronger constitution, and had not actually died under it, there is no law in Virginia by which Souther could even have been indicted for misdemeanor. If this is not filling out the measure of the language of St. Clair, that he who goes the furthest and does the worst only uses within limits the power which the law gives him, how could this language be verified? Which is the worst, death outright, or torture indefinitely prolonged? This decision, in so many words, gives every master the power of indefinite torture, and takes from him only the power of terminating the agony by merciful death. And this is the judicial decision which the Courier and Inquirer cites as a perfectly convincing specimen of legal humanity. It must be hoped that the editor never read the decision, else he never would have cited it. Of all who knock at the charnel house of legal precedents with the hope of disinterring any evidence of humanity in the slave system, it may be said in the awful words of the Hebrew poet, "He knoweth not that the dead are there, and that her guests are in the depths of hell." The upshot of this case was that Souther, instead of getting off from his 5 years' imprisonment, got simply a judicial opinion from the Superior Court that he ought to be hung, but he could not be tried over again, and as we may infer from all the facts in the case, that he was a man of tolerably resolute nerves and not very exquisite sensibility, and is not likely that the opinion gave him any serious uneasiness. He has probably made up his mind to get over his 5 years with what grace he may. When he comes out, there is no law in Virginia to prevent his buying as many more Negroes as he chooses, and going over the same scene with any one of them at any future time, if only he profit by the information which has been so explicitly conveyed to him in this decision, that he must take care and stop his tortures short of the point of death, a matter about which, as the history of the Inquisition shows, men, by careful practice, can be able to judge with considerable precision. Probably, also, the next time he will not be so foolish as to send out and request the attendance of 2 white witnesses, even though they may be so complacently interested in the proceedings as to spend the whole day in witnessing them without effort at prevention. Slavery, as defined by American law, is no more capable of being regulated in its administration by principles of humanity than the torture system of the Inquisition. Every act of humanity of every individual owner is an illogical result from the legal definition, and the reason why the slave code of America is more atrocious than any ever before exhibited under the sun is that the Anglo-Saxon race are a more coldly and strictly logical race, and have an unflinching courage to meet the consequences of every premise which they lay down, and to work out an accursed principle with mathematical accuracy to its most accursed results. The decisions in American law books show nothing so much as this severe, unflinching accuracy of logic. It is often and evidently not because judges are inhuman or partial, but because they are logical and truthful, that they announce from the bench, in the calmest manner, decisions which one would think might make the earth shudder and the sun turn pale. The French and the Spanish nations are, by constitution, more impulsive, passionate, and poetic than logical. Hence it will be found that while there may be more instances of individual barbarity, as might be expected among impulsive and passionate people, there is in their slave code more exhibition of humanity. The code of the state of Louisiana contains more really humane provisions, where there are means of enforcing them, than that of any other state in the Union. It is believed that there is no code of laws in the world which contains such a perfect cabinet crystallization of every tear and every drop of blood which can be wrung from humanity, so accurately, elegantly, and scientifically arranged as the slave code of America. It is a case of elegant surgical instruments for the work of dissecting the living human heart, every instrument wrought with exactest temper and polish, and adapted with exquisite care, and labeled with the name of the nerve or artery or muscle which it is designed to sever. The instruments of the anatomist are instruments of earthly steel and wood, designed to operate at most on perishable and corruptible matter. But these are instruments of keener temper and more ethereal workmanship, designed in the most precise and scientific manner to destroy the immortal soul, and carefully and gradually to reduce man from the high position of a free agent, a social, religious, accountable being, down to the condition of the brute, or of inanimate matter. End of Part 2, Chapter 3, Souther versus the Commonwealth, the ne plus ultra of legal humanity. Part 2, Chapter 4 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4. Protective Statutes. Apprentices protected, outlawry, melodrama of Prue in the Swamp, Harry the Carpenter, a romance of real life. But the question now occurs, are there not protective statutes, the avowed object of which is the protection of life and limb of the slave? We answer, there are, and these protective statutes are some of the most remarkable pieces of legislation extant. That they were dictated by a spirit of humanity, charity, which hopeth all things, would lead us to hope, But no newspaper stories of bloody murders and shocking outrages convey to the mind so dreadful a picture of the numbness of public sentiment caused by slavery as these so-called protective statutes. The author copies the following from the Statutes of North Carolina. Section 3D of the Act passed in 1798 runs thus, quote, "Whereas, by another act of the Assembly, passed in 1774, the killing of a slave, however wanton, cruel, and deliberate, is only punishable in the first instance by imprisonment and paying the value thereof to the owner, which distinction of criminality between the murder of a white person and one who is equally a human creature, but merely of a different complexion, is disgraceful to humanity, and degrading in the highest degree to the laws and principles of a free, Christian, and enlightened country, be it enacted, etc., that if any person shall hereafter be guilty of wilfully and maliciously killing a slave, such offender shall, upon the first conviction thereof, be adjudged guilty of murder, and shall suffer the same punishment as if he had killed a free man. Provided always, this act shall not extend to the person killing a slave outlawed by virtue of any act of assembly of this state, or to any slave in the act of resistance to his lawful owner or master, or to any slave dying under moderate correction." End quote. A law with a like proviso, except the outlawry clause, exists in Tennessee. See Carruthers and Nicholson's compilation, 1836, page 676. The language of the Constitution of Georgia, Article 4, Section 12, is as follows, quote, "Any person who shall maliciously dismember or deprive a slave of life shall suffer such punishment as would be inflicted in case the like offense had been committed on a free white person, and on the like proof, except in case of insurrection by the slave, and unless such death should happen by accident in giving such slave moderate correction." Cobb's Digest, 1851, page 1125. End quote. Let now any Englishman or New Englander imagine that such laws with regard to apprentices had ever been proposed in Parliament or state legislature under the head of protective acts, laws which in so many words permit the killing of the subject in 3 cases, and those comprising all the acts which would generally occur under the law, namely, if the slave resist, if he be outlawed, or if he die under moderate correction. What rule in the world will ever prove correction immoderate if the fact that the subject dies under it is not held as proof? How many such accidents would have to happen in Old England or New England before Parliament or legislature would hear from such a protective law? But, someone may ask, what is the outlawry spoken of in this act? The question is pertinent and must be answered. The author has copied the following from the Revised Statutes of North Carolina, Chapter 111, Section 22. It may be remarked in passing that the preamble to this law presents rather a new view of slavery to those who have formed their ideas from certain pictures of blissful contentment and Arcadian repose, which have been much in vogue of late. Quote, "Whereas many times slaves run away and be out, hid and lurking in swamps, woods, and other obscure places, killing cattle and hogs, and committing other injuries to the inhabitants of this state, in all such cases, upon intelligence of any slave or slaves lying out as aforesaid, any 2 justices of the peace for the county wherein such slave or slaves is or are supposed to lurk or do mischief, shall, and they are hereby empowered and required to issue proclamation against such slave or slaves, reciting his or their names, and the name or names of the owner or owners if known, thereby requiring him or them and every of them forthwith to surrender him or themselves, and also to empower and require the sheriff of said county to take such power with him as he shall think fit and necessary for going in search and pursuit of and effectually apprehending such outlying slave or slaves, which proclamation shall be published at the door of the courthouse and at such other places as said justices shall direct. And if any slave or slaves against whom proclamation hath been thus issued stay out and do not immediately return home, it shall be lawful for any person or persons whatsoever to kill and destroy such slave or slaves by such ways and means as he shall think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime for the same. End quote. What ways and means have been thought fit in actual experience for the destruction of the slave? What was done to the Negro Mackintosh in the streets of St. Louis in open daylight, and endorsed at the next sitting of the Supreme Court of the state as transcending the sphere of law, because it was, quote, an act of the majority of her most respectable citizens, end quote. This man was burned alive. If these things are done in the green tree, what will be done in the dry? If these things have once been done in the open streets of St. Louis by a majority of her most respectable citizens, what will be done in the lonely swamps of North Carolina by men of the stamp of Souther and Legree? This passage of the revised statutes of North Carolina is more terribly suggestive to the imagination than any particulars into which the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin has thought fit to enter. Let us suppose a little melodrama quite possible to have occurred under this act of the legislature. Suppose some luckless Prue or Peg, as in the case we have just quoted, in State versus Man, getting tired of the discipline of whipping, breaks from the overseer, clears the dogs, and gets into the swamp, and there lies out, as the act above graphically says. The act which we are considering says that many slaves do this, and doubtless they have their own best reasons for it. We all know what fascinating places to lie out in these southern swamps are, what with alligators and moccasin snakes, mud and water and poisonous vines, one would be apt to think the situation not particularly eligible, but still Prue lies out there. Perhaps in the night some husband or brother goes to see her, taking a hog or some animal of the plantation stock which he has ventured his life in killing that she may not perish with hunger. Master Overseer walks up to Master Proprietor and reports the accident. Master Proprietor mounts his horse and assembles to his aid 2 justices of the peace. In the intervals between drinking brandy and smoking cigars, a proclamation is duly drawn up, summoning the contumacious Prue to surrender and requiring sheriff of said county to take such power as he shall think fit to go in search and pursuit of said slave, which proclamation, for Prue's further enlightenment, is solemnly published at the door of the courthouse, and at such other places as said justices shall direct. Footnote: the old statute of 1741 had some features still more edifying. That provides that said proclamation shall be published on a Sabbath day at the door of every church or chapel, or for want of such, at a place where divine service shall be performed in the said county by the parish clerk or reader immediately after divine service. Potter's Revisal, issue 166. What a peculiar appropriateness there must have been in this proclamation, particularly after a sermon on the love of Christ, or an exposition of the text, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." End footnote. Let us suppose now that Prue, given over to hardness of heart and blindness of mind, pays no attention to all these means of grace, put forth to draw her to the protective shadow of the patriarchal roof. Suppose further, as a final effort of long-suffering, and to leave her utterly without excuse, the worthy magistrate rides forth in full force, man, horse, dog, and gun, to the very verge of the swamp, and there proclaims aloud the merciful mandate. Suppose that hearing the yelping of the dogs and the proclamation of the sheriff mingled together, and the shouts of Loker, Marks, Sambo, and Quimbo, and other such posse, black and white, as a sheriff can generally summon on such a hunt, this very ignorant and contumacious Prue only runs deeper into the swamp, and continues obstinately lying out as aforesaid. Now she is by act of the assembly outlawed, and in the astounding words of the act, "It shall be lawful for any person or persons whatsoever to kill and to destroy her by such ways and means as he shall think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime for the same." What awful possibilities rise to the imagination under the fearfully suggestive clause, "by such ways and means as he shall think fit." Such ways and means as any man shall think fit, of any character, of any degree of fiendish barbarity. Such a permission to kill even a dog by any ways and means which anybody should think fit never ought to stand on the law books of a Christian nation. And yet this stands against one bearing the same humanity which Jesus Christ bore, against one perhaps who, though blinded, darkened, and ignorant, he will not be ashamed to own when he shall come in the glory of his Father and all his holy angels with him. That this law has not been a dead letter there is sufficient proof. In 1836 the following proclamation and advertisement appeared in the New Bern, North Carolina Spectator. "State of North Carolina, Lenoir County, whereas complaint hath been this day made to us, two of the justices of the peace for the said county, by William D. Cobb of Jones County, that two negro slaves belonging to him, named Ben, commonly known by the name of Ben Fox, and Rigdon, have absented themselves from their said master's service, and are lurking about in the counties of Lenoir and Jones, committing acts of felony. These are, in the name of the state, to command the said slaves forthwith to surrender themselves and turn home to their said master. And we do hereby also require the sheriff of said county of Lenoir to make diligent search and pursuit after the above-mentioned slaves, and we do hereby, by virtue of an act of assembly of this state concerning servants and slaves, intimate and declare, if the said slaves do not surrender themselves and return home to their master immediately after the publication of these presents, that any person may kill or destroy said slaves by such means as he or they think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime or offense for so doing, or without incurring any penalty or forfeiture thereby. Given under our hands and seals this 12th of November, 1836, B. Coleman, Justice of the Peace, Jasper Jones, Justice of the Peace. $200 reward. Ran away from the subscriber about 3 years ago, a certain Negro man named Ben, commonly known by the name Ben Fox, also one other Negro by the name of Rigdon, who ran away on the 8th of this month. I will give a reward of $100 for each of the above Negroes, to be delivered to me or confined in the jail of Lenoir or Jones County, or for the killing of them, so that I can see them. November 12th, 1836, W. D. Cobb. That this act was not a dead letter, also, was plainly implied in the protective act first quoted. If slaves were not, as a matter of fact, ever outlawed, why does the act formally recognize such a class? "Provided that this act shall not extend to the killing of any slave outlawed by any act of the Assembly." This language sufficiently indicates the existence of the custom. Further than this, the statute book of 1821 contained 2 acts, the first of which provides that all masters in certain counties who have had slaves killed in consequence of outlawry shall have a claim on the treasury of the state for their value, unless cruel treatment of the slave be proved on the part of the master. The second act extends the benefits of the latter provision to all the counties in the state. Footnote, Potter's Revisal, Chapter 467, 2. Be it further enacted that when any slave shall be legally outlawed in any of the counties within mentioned, the owner of which shall reside in one of the said counties, and the said slave shall be killed in consequence of such outlawry, the value of such slave shall be ascertained by a jury which shall be impaneled at the succeeding court of the county where the said slave was killed, and a certificate of such valuation shall be given by the clerk of the court to the owner of said slave, who shall be entitled to receive 2/3 of such valuation from the sheriff of the county wherein the slave was killed. Brackets extended to other counties in 1797. Potter, chapter 480:1, now obsolete. End footnote. Finally, there is evidence that this act of outlawry was executed so recently as the year 1850, the year in which Uncle Tom's Cabin was written. See the following from the Wilmington Journal of December 13, 1850. Quote, State of North Carolina, New Hanover County. Whereas complaint upon oath hath this day been made to us, two of the justices of the peace for the said state and county aforesaid, by Guilford Horn of Edgecombe County, that a certain male slave belonging to him, named Harry, a carpenter by trade, about 40 years old, 5 feet 5 inches high or thereabouts, yellow complexion, stout built, with a scar on his left leg from the cut of an axe, has very thick lips, eyes deep sunk in his head, forehead very square, tolerably loud voice, has lost 1 or 2 of his upper teeth, and has a very dark spot on his jaw, supposed to be a mark, hath absented himself from his master's service, and is supposed to be lurking about in this county, committing acts of felony or other misdeeds. These are therefore, in the name of the state aforesaid, to command the said slave forthwith to surrender himself and return home to his said master, and we do hereby, by virtue of the act of assembly in such cases made and provided, intimate and declare that if the said slave Harry doth not surrender himself and return home immediately after the publication of these presents, that any person or persons may kill and destroy the said slave by such means as he or they may think fit, without accusation or impeachment of any crime or offense for so doing, and without incurring any penalty or forfeiture thereby. Given under our hands and seals this 29th day of June, 1850, James T. Miller, Justice of the Peace, W.C. Betancourt, Justice of the Peace. $125 reward will be paid for the delivery of the said Harry to me at Tasnot Depot, Edgecombe County, or for his confinement in any jail in the state, so that I can get him, or $150 will be given for his head. He was lately heard from in New Bern, where he called himself Henry Barnes, or Burns, and will be likely to continue the same name, or assume that of Copage, or Farmer. He has a free mulatto woman for a wife, by the name of Sally Bozeman, who has lately removed to Wilmington, and lives in that part of the town called Texas, where he will likely be lurking. Masters of vessels are particularly cautioned against harboring or concealing the said Negro on board their vessels, as the full penalty of the law will be rigorously enforced. June 29th, 1850, Guilford Horn. End quote. There is an inkling of history and romance about the description of this same Harry, who is thus publicly set up to be killed in any way that any of the Negro hunters of the swamps may think the most piquant and enlivening. It seems he is a carpenter, a powerfully made man, whose thews and sinews might be a profitable acquisition to himself. It appears also that he has a wife, and the advertiser intimates that possibly he may be caught prowling about somewhere in her vicinity. This indicates sagacity in the writer, certainly. Married men generally have a way of liking the society of their wives, and it strikes us from what we know of the nature of carpenters here in New England that Harry was not peculiar in this respect. Let us further notice the portrait of Harry. Eyes deep sunk in his head, forehead very square. This picture reminds us of what a persecuting old ecclesiastic once said, in the days of the Port Royalists, of a certain truculent abbess who stood obstinately to a certain course in the face of the whole power, temporal and spiritual, of the Romish Church, in spite of fining, imprisoning, starving, whipping, beating, and other enlightening argumentative processes, not wholly peculiar, it seems, to that age. "You will never subdue that woman," said the ecclesiastic, who was a phrenologist before his age. "She's got a square head, and I have always noticed that people with square heads can never be turned out of their course." End quote. We think it very probable that Harry, with his square head, is just one of this sort. He is probably one of those articles which would be extremely valuable if the owner could only get the use of him. His head is well enough, but he will use it for himself. It is of no use to anyone but the wearer, and the master seems to symbolize this state of things by offering $25 more for the head without the body than he is willing to give for the head, man and all. Poor Harry! We wonder whether they have caught him yet, or whether the impenetrable thickets, the poisonous miasma, the deadly snakes, and the unwieldy alligators of the swamps, more humane than the slave hunter, have interposed their uncouth and loathsome forms to guard the only fastness in Carolina where a slave can live in freedom. It is not, then, in mere poetic fiction that the humane and graceful pen of Longfellow has drawn the following picture. In the dark fens of the dismal swamp the hunted Negro lay. He saw the fire of the midnight camp, and heard at times the horse's tramp and the bloodhound's distant bay. Where will-o'-the-wisps and glowworms shine, in bulrush and in brake, where waving mosses shroud the pine, and cedars grow, and the poisonous vine is spotted like the snake. Where hardly a human foot could pass, or a human heart would dare, on the quaking turf of the green morass he crouched in the rank and tangled grass, like a wild beast in his lair. A poor old slave, infirm and lame, great scars deformed his face. On his forehead he bore the brand of shame, and the rags that hid his mangled frame were the livery of disgrace. All things above were bright and fair, all things were glad and free. Lithe squirrels darted here and there, and wild birds filled the echoing air with songs of liberty. On him alone was the doom of pain from the morning of his birth. On him alone the curse of Cain fell like the flail on the garnered grain, and struck him to the earth. Footnote: the Cain reference is from Genesis 4:14, and it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. End footnote. The civilized world may and will ask in what state this law has been drawn and passed and revised and allowed to appear at the present day on the revised statute book, and to be executed in the year of our Lord 1850, as the above cited extracts from its most respectable journals show. Is this some heathen, cardish tribe, some nest of pirates, some horde of barbarians where destructive gods are worshipped and libations to their honor poured from human skulls? The civilized world will not believe it, but it is actually a fact that this law has been made and is still kept in force by men in every other respect than what relates to the slave code, as high-minded, as enlightened, as humane, as any men in Christendom, by citizens of a state which glories in the blood and hereditary Christian institutions of Scotland. Curiosity to know what sort of men the legislators of North Carolina might be led the writer to examine with some attention the proceedings and debates of the convention of that state, called to amend its constitution, which assembled at Raleigh, June 4th, 1835. It is but justice to say that in these proceedings, in which all the different and perhaps conflicting interests of the various parts of the state were discussed, there was an exhibition of candor, fairness, and moderation, of gentlemanly honor and courtesy in the treatment of opposing claims, and of an overruling sense of the obligations of law and religion, which certainly have not always been equally conspicuous in the proceedings of deliberative bodies in such cases. It simply goes to show that one can judge nothing of the religion or of the humanity of individuals from what seems to us objectionable practice, where they have been educated under a system entirely incompatible with both. Such is the very equivocal character of what we call virtue. It could not be for a moment supposed that such men as Judge Ruffin, or many of the gentlemen who figure in the debates alluded to, would ever think of availing themselves of the savage permissions of such a law. But what then? It follows that the law is a direct permission letting loose upon the defenseless slave, that class of men who exist in every community, who have no conscience, no honor, no shame, who are too far below public opinion to be restrained by that, and from whom accordingly this provision of the law takes away the only available restraint of their fiendish natures. Such men are not peculiar to the South. It is unhappily too notorious that they exist everywhere, in England, in New England, and the world over, but they can only arrive at full maturity in wickedness under a system where the law clothes them with absolute and irresponsible power. End of Part 2, Chapter 4, Protective Statutes. Part 2, Chapter 5 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 5, Protective Acts of South Carolina and Louisiana, the Iron Collar of Louisiana and North Carolina. Thus far, by way of considering the protective acts of North Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee, certain miscellaneous protective acts of various other states will now be cited merely as specimens of the spirit of legislation. Stroud, page 39, 2, Brevard's Digest, page 241. In South Carolina, the Act of 1740 punished the willful, deliberate murder of a slave by disfranchisement and by a fine of £700 current money, or, in default of payment, imprisonment for 7 years. But the willful murder of a slave, in the sense contemplated in this law, is a crime which would not often occur. The kind of murder which was most frequent among masters or overseers was guarded against by another section of the same act. How adequately, the reader will judge for himself from the following quotation. Stroud's Sketch, page 40.2, Brevard's Digest, 241, James' Digest, 342. If any person shall on a sudden heat or passion, or by undue correction, kill his own slave, or the slave of any other person, he shall forfeit the sum of £350 current money. End quote. In 1821, the act punishing the willful murder of a slave only with fine or imprisonment was mainly repealed, and it was enacted that such crime should be punished by death. But the latter section, which relates to killing the slave in sudden heat or passion, or by undue correction, has been altered only by diminishing the pecuniary penalty to a fine of $500, authorizing also imprisonment for 6 months. The next protective statute to be noticed is the following from the Act of 1740, South Carolina. Stroud, page 40.2, Brevard's Digest, 241. Quote, in case any person shall wilfully cut out the tongue, put out the eye, or cruelly scald, burn, or deprive any slave of any limb or member, or shall inflict any other cruel punishment, other than by whipping or beating with a horsewhip, cowskin, switch, or small stick, or by putting irons on, or confining or imprisoning such slave, every such person shall, for every such offense, forfeit the sum of £100 current money. End quote. The language of this law, like many other of these protective enactments, is exceedingly suggestive. The first suggestion that occurs is, what sort of an institution and what sort of a state of society is it that called out a law worded like this? Laws are generally not made against practices that do not exist, and exist with some degree of frequency. The advocates of slavery are very fond of comparing it to the apprentice system of England and America. Let us suppose that in the British Parliament or in a New England legislature the following law is proposed under the title of an Act for the Protection of Apprentices, and etc. In case any person shall wilfully cut out the tongue, put out the eye, or cruelly scald, burn, or deprive any apprentice of any limb or member, or shall inflict any other cruel punishment, other than by whipping or beating with a horsewhip, cowskin, switch, or small stick, or by putting irons on, or confining or imprisoning such apprentice, every such person shall, for every such offense, forfeit the sum of £100 current money. End quote. What a sensation such a proposed law would make in England may be best left for Englishmen to say, but in New England it would simply constitute the proposer a candidate for Bedlam. Yet that such a statute is necessary in South Carolina is evident enough if we reflect that because there is no such statute in Virginia, it has been decided that a wretch who perpetrates all these enormities on a slave cannot even be indicted for it unless the slave dies. But let us look further. What is to be the penalty when any of these fiendish things are done? Why, the man forfeits 100 pounds current money. Surely he ought to pay as much as that for doing so very unnecessary an act, when the legislature bountifully allows him to inflict any torture which revengeful ingenuity could devise by means of horsewhip, cowskin, switch or small stick, or putting irons on, or confining and imprisoning. One would surely think that there was sufficient scope and variety of legalized means of torture to satisfy any ordinary appetite for vengeance. It would appear decidedly that any more piquant varieties of agony ought to be an extra charge. The advocates of slavery are fond of comparing the situation of the slave with that of the English laborer. We are not aware that the English laborer has been so unfortunate as to be protected by any enactment like this since the days of Villianage. Stroud's Sketch, page 41, 1 March Digest, 654. Judge Stroud says that the same law substantially has been adopted in Louisiana. It is true that the Civil Code of Louisiana thus expresses its humane intentions. Quote, "The slave is entirely subject to the will of his master, who may correct and chastise him, though not with unusual rigor, nor so as to maim or mutilate him, or to expose him to the danger of loss of life, or to cause his death." Civil Code of Louisiana, Article 173. End quote. The expression unusual rigor is suggestive again. It will afford large latitude for a jury in states where slaves are in the habit of dying under moderate correction, where outlawed slaves may be killed by any means which any person thinks fit, and where laws have to be specifically made against scalding, burning, cutting out the tongue, putting out the eye, etc. What will be thought unusual rigor? This is a question, certainly, upon which persons in states not so constituted can have no means of forming an opinion. In one of the newspaper extracts with which we prefaced our account, the following protective act of Louisiana is alluded to as being particularly satisfactory and efficient. We give it as quoted by Judge Stroud in his sketch, page 58, giving his reference. Quote, "No master shall be compelled to sell his slave but in one of two cases, to wit, the first, when being only co-proprietor of the slave, his co-proprietor demands the sale, in order to make partition of the property. Second, when the master shall be convicted of cruel treatment of his slave, and the judge shall deem it proper to pronounce, besides the penalty established for such cases, that the slave shall be sold at public auction, in order to place him out of the reach of the power which his master has abused." Civil Code, Article 192. The question for a jury to determine in this case is, what is cruel treatment of a slave? Now, if all these barbarities, which have been sanctioned by the legislative acts which we have quoted, are not held to be cruel treatment, the question is, what is cruel treatment of a slave? Everything that fiendish barbarity could desire can be effected under the protection of the law of South Carolina, which, as we have just shown, exists also in Louisiana. It is true, the law restrains from some particular forms of cruelty. If any person has a mind to scald or burn his slave, and it seems by the statute that there have been such people, these statutes merely provide that he shall do it in decent privacy, for as the very keystone of Southern jurisprudence is the rejection of colored testimony, such an outrage, if perpetrated most deliberately in the presence of hundreds of slaves, could not be proved upon the master. It is to be supposed that the fiendish people whom such statutes have in view will generally have enough of common sense not to perform it in the presence of white witnesses, since this simple act of prudence will render them entirely safe in doing whatever they have a mind to. We are told, it is true, as we have been reminded by our friend in the newspaper before quoted, that in Louisiana the deficiency caused by the rejection of Negro testimony is supplied by the following most remarkable provision of the Code Noir. Quote, "If any slave be mutilated, beaten, or ill-treated, contrary to the true intent and meaning of this section, when no one shall be present, in such case the owner or other person having the management of said slave thus mutilated shall be deemed responsible and guilty of the said offense, and shall be prosecuted without further evidence, unless the said owner or other person so aforesaid can prove the contrary by means of good and sufficient evidence, or can clear himself by his own oath, which said oath every court under the cognizance of which such offense shall have been examined and tried is by this act authorized to administer." Code Noir, Crimes and Offenses. 5617, Revised Statutes, 1852, page 550, section 141. Would one have supposed that sensible people could ever publish as a law such a specimen of utter legislative nonsense, so ridiculous on the very face of it? The object is to bring to justice those fiendish people who burn, scald, mutilate, etc. How is this done? Why, it is enacted that the fact of finding the slave in this condition shall be held presumption against the owner or overseer, unless what? Why, unless he will prove to the contrary, or swear to the contrary, it is no matter which, either will answer the purpose. The question is, if a man is bad enough to do these things, will he not be bad enough to swear falsely? As if men who are the incarnation of cruelty, as supposed by the deeds in question, would not have sufficient intrepidity of conscience to compass a false oath. What was this law ever made for? Can anyone imagine? Upon this whole subject we may quote the language of Judge Stroud, who thus sums up the whole amount of the protective laws for the slaves in the United States of America. Quote, "Upon a fair review of what has been written on the subject of this proposition, the result is found to be that the master's power to inflict corporal punishment to any extent short of life and limb is fully sanctioned by law in all the slave-holding states, that the master in at least 2 states is expressly protected in using the horsewhip and cowskin as instruments for beating his slave, that he may with entire impunity in the same states load his slave with irons or subject him to perpetual imprisonment whenever he may so choose, that for cruelly scalding, willfully cutting out the tongue, putting out an eye, and for any other dismemberment, if proved, a fine of 100 pounds currency only is incurred in South Carolina, that though in all states the willful, deliberate, and malicious murder of the slaves is now directed to be punished with death, yet, as in the case of the white offender, where none except whites can give evidence, a conviction can seldom, if ever, take place." Stroud's Sketch, page 43. One very singular antithesis of 2 laws of Louisiana will still further show that deadness of public sentiment on cruelty to the slave is an inseparable attendant on the system. It will be recollected that the remarkable protective law of South Carolina with respect to scalding, burning, cutting out the tongue, and putting out the eye of the slave has been substantially enacted in Louisiana, and that the penalty for a man doing these things there, if he has not sense enough to do it privately, is not more than $500. Now compare this other statute of Louisiana, Revised Statute 1852, page 552, section 151. Stroud, page 41. Quote, "If any person or persons, etc., shall cut or break any iron chain or collar which any master of slaves should have used, in order to prevent the running away or escape of any such slave or slaves, Such person or persons so offending shall on conviction, etc., be fined not less than $200, nor exceeding $1,000, and suffer imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, nor less than 6 months." Act of Assembly of March 6, 1819, pamphlet, page 64. Some Englishmen may naturally ask, what is this iron collar which the legislature have thought worthy of being protected by a special act? On this subject will be presented the testimony of an unimpeachable witness, Miss Sarah M. Grimke, a personal friend of the author. Miss Grimke is a daughter of the late Judge Grimke of the Supreme Court of South Carolina and sister of the late Honorable Thomas S. Grimke. She is now a member of the Society of Friends and resides in Belleville, New Jersey. The statement given is of a kind that its author did not mean to give, nor wish to give, and never would have given had it not been made necessary to illustrate this passage in the slave law. The account occurs in a statement which Miss Grimke furnished to her brother-in-law, Mr. Weld, and has been before the public ever since 1839 in his work entitled Slavery as It Is, page 22. Quote, "A handsome mulatto woman, about 18 or 20 years of age, whose independent spirit could not brook the degradation of slavery, was in the habit of running away. For this offense she had been repeatedly sent by her master and mistress to be whipped by the keeper of the Charleston workhouse. This had been done with such inhuman severity as to lacerate her back in a most shocking manner. A finger could not be laid between the cuts. But the love of liberty was too strong to be annihilated by torture, and as a last resort she was whipped at several different times and kept a close prisoner. A heavy iron collar with 3 long prongs projecting from it was placed around her neck, and a strong and sound front tooth was extracted to serve as a mark to describe her in case of escape. Her sufferings at this time were agonizing. She could lie in no position but on her back, which was sore from scourgings, as I can testify from personal inspection, and her only place of rest was the floor on a blanket. These outrages were committed in a family where the mistress daily read the Scriptures and assembled her children for family worship. She was accounted, and was really, so far as almsgiving was concerned, a charitable woman and tender-hearted to the poor, and yet this suffering slave, who was the seamstress of the family, was continually in her presence, sitting in her chamber to sew, or engaged in her other household work, with her lacerated and bleeding back, her mutilated mouth, and heavy iron collar, without, so far as appeared, exciting any feelings of compassion." End quote. This iron collar the author has often heard of from sources equally authentic. Footnote: the iron collar was also in vogue in North Carolina, as the following extract from the statute book will show. The wearers of this article of apparel certainly have some reason to complain of the tyranny of fashion. Quote, "When the keeper of the said public jail shall by direction of such court as aforesaid let out any negro or runaway to hire to any person or persons whomsoever, the said keeper shall at the time of his delivery cause an iron collar to be put on the neck of such negro or runaway, with the letters P.G. stamped thereon, and thereafter the said keeper shall not be answerable for any escape of the said negro or runaway." Potter's Revisal, I. 162. End of Part 2, Chapter 5, Protective Acts of South Carolina and Louisiana, and the Iron Collar.